On the volume.
Yeah, we would like to start the meeting soon, please. Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. On va démarrer la réunion. Merci.
Good morning, everybody. Dear colleagues, welcome to the spring session and the meeting of the Defence and Security Committee. While we regret that the unfortunate circumstances have prevented us from meeting in Kyiv as planned, I'm delighted we can still meet today for this important meeting here in Vilnius. I would like to thank our Lithuanian hosts for volunteering to host this session under such short notice. We appreciate their willingness to support our friends in Ukraine by focusing this session on the impact of Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine's ongoing fight for freedom. I would now like to call the committee to order and declare the committee meeting open. Got a gavel. We have a busy day ahead. We will do our best to keep this meeting to schedule. I will ask everyone to be attentive and punctual as we conduct the committee business. This morning, our agenda lined up as follows. We will first hear from the Lithuanian Minister for National Defence, Mr. Arvydas Anušauskas, sorry, I do apologise, who will brief our committee on the impact of Russia's invasion on Ukraine on Lithuania's defence policy. Following that, as she's got to get back to Italy later today, Roberta Pinotti will then present the draft report of the Subcommittee on Future Security and Defence Capabilities titled Offence, Defence Imbalance, NATO Cyber Challenge. After a short coffee break, we will have the pleasure of welcoming Oleksiy Reznikov, Minister of Defence of Ukraine, who will share his perspectives on the war. Due to the circumstances, Mr. Reznikov was unable to travel to Vilnius and therefore will join us via video link. Lastly, our colleague Representative Rick Larson from the United States will present his draft special report on Ukraine's fight for freedom and allied and global responses to Russia's war. Lunch will be from 1 o'clock to 2:30, 1300 to 14:30. After lunch, we will review the other committee and subcommittee draft reports and hear from our invited speaker. As our General Rapporteur, Cédric Perrin, has had to remain in France due to the upcoming legislative elections, I will present his draft general report on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, implications for Allied collective defence and the imperatives of the new strategic concept. We will then have our discussion with Michael Kaufman, the Director of the Russian Studies Programme at the Centre for Naval Analysis in Washington, D.C., who will share his analysis of how Russia's military campaign and Ukraine's defence have developed over the last 3 months. Finally, our colleague Jean-Charles Lassagne is also unable to join us for this session due to the upcoming legislative elections in France. Lord Campbell, chairperson of the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defence and Security Cooperation, will present the subcommittee's draft report, The Evolving Threat of Terrorism, Adapting the Allied Response, in his stead. Before we continue, just a few reminders. You can find all committee documents, including draft reports, draft resolutions and agendas on the NATO PA session SharePoint page. Similarly, all speaker biographies are available on the NATO PA website. For social media users among us, please use the official hashtag for the session, hashtag NATO PA Vilnius, all one word, when posting comments, and please follow along with the virtual discussion. For the question and answer periods, please indicate to the committee director, Ethan Corbyn, if you wish to ask a question. We will put you on the speaking list and call on you to take the floor at the appropriate time. Please be concise in your questions and refrain from lengthy introductory remarks. If participants have not signed the register outside the door, which I haven't, we kindly remind you to please do so at some point during today's meeting. Finally, please note this meeting will be video recorded and broadcast live on the Seimas TV channel. Videos and photos of this meeting are public and will be shared for communication purposes, and official photos of this meeting and the session in general can be viewed and downloaded on the NATO PA Flickr account. So with that said, let us begin. I call the committee to order and declare the 2022 spring session meeting of the Defence and Security Committee open. The first item is the adoption of our draft agenda. Are there any comments or objections to the draft agenda? Great, no, therefore the draft agenda is therefore adopted. Adoption of the summary of previous committee meeting, 170 DSC 21E. We now need to consider and adopt the summary of the DSC meeting held on the 10th of October 2021 during our annual session in Lisbon. Are there any comments or objections to the summary? None. None. Thank you. The summary is therefore adopted. So, moving on. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Arvydas Anasukas, Minister of the National Defence of Lithuania. Mr. Anasukas currently serves as the Minister of National Defence of Lithuania. He was first elected to Parliament in 2008 and has continued to serve as an MP since. Mr. Anasukas is also a historian and has co-authored or authored numerous books focusing on the history of the interwar Lithuanian secret services, KGB actions and Soviet repressions in Lithuania. Mr. Anasukas, we're honoured for the time you've taken out of your busy schedule, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Dear members of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I'm happy to welcome you in Vilnius, but I think we all would be much happier if this meeting could be organized in Ukraine as planned. As Ukraine keeps fighting, we in the West have to fight as well. Ukraine has to be a true wake-up call, proving that Russia is a threat to all of us, and we cannot let Putin get away with the actions. Today we, NATO, are increasing capabilities in the region. We are also grateful for continued United States leadership and commitment to European security. The message to Russia has to be clear. NATO's borders are defended. Big policy changes are happening in individual countries. Germany's decision to increase defense spending shows that it is willing and able to be key player in European security. Finland and Sweden are joining NATO. These are truly historic changes. Baltic countries as well now for their pessimistic outlook on Russia, I call it realistic. When you live next to Russia for many centuries, you learn history lessons. Just in the past decade, we saw that Russia is willing to use political, diplomatic, economic, and military means to expand its empire. We saw it when Russia invaded Georgia and Crimea. We saw it during exercise Zapad, where Russia trains how to fight NATO. We saw it with cyber attacks, propaganda, intelligence activities, economic and energy blackmail. In our minds, the question was not if, but when. Putin's invasion to Ukraine did not dramatically change Lithuanian defense policy course. It only proved that we are on the right track. Our total defense strategy, based on national and collective defense and involving all the civilian institution and society works. However, we are taking actions to be better prepared. First, defense spending. This is simple. If you want stronger armed forces, you have to invest more. It is also a message to our opponent that we are serious about national defense. Since 2014, Lithuania made a huge progress in increasing defense budget and reached 2% of GDP. However, current the situation requires more. This year, we increased defense budget to 2.5%. The decision was quick and made with wide political consensus. Lithuanian armed forces is the first line of defense. We already increased force readiness. Some units are ready to act in a few hours. Military training is intensified. We are speeding up important modernization projects. We also plan to increase conscript numbers. We are continue to provide support to Ukraine. We have to deal with reduced armed supplies for our own armed forces. This is a common issue for many allies. It is important to work closely with defense industries so that demands would be met in time. We have to do everything to be ready today, not in 5 or 10 years. An important goal for us is to have more NATO and United States forces in Lithuania. We are increasing our host nation support capacity, creating new military facilities and new training area, upgrading existing infrastructure. This is a top priority not only for the armed forces, but across the government. In a very short time, we will be ready to host thousands of additional NATO troops. One of the lessons learned from Ukraine. In defense, every person counts. We see the role for every institution, organization, and citizen. Not everyone has to fight with weapons, but everyone has a role to play. Just a week ago, we adopted civil resistance strategy based on 3 elements: will, resilience, and skills. In my opinion, the most important the will to defend. We have to start building it from a young age in family and school. People have to feel connected to country's past and responsible for its future. Another important topic on our agenda is support to Ukraine. Our support to Ukraine lasts for years. Since 2014, we were among the first countries to offer training courses for Ukrainian forces and treatment for injured Ukrainian soldiers. Today, the support continues and is expanding. Even before the Russian invasion on February, Lithuania was the first Baltic and EU country to send lethal support to Ukraine. Since then, our support has reached 115 million of euros. It is mostly lethal support, which is critical for Ukraine and is effectively used in the battlefield. Ukraine is fighting for all of us, so helping them is top priority. Finally, when we talk about defense, we have to talk about defending not only our territories, but also our critical sectors, such as energy. For Lithuania, independence from Russia's energy supply is a long-lasting goal. From the spring, we completely stopped import of Russian gas and disconnected from Russian electricity grid last week. I think for all the Euro-Atlantic community, energy independence from Russia is critical if we want to deal with Russia from the position of strength. Finishing my remarks, I want to thank you and your countries for supporting Ukraine and for supporting NATO's decisions to increase deterrence and defense. Let's not forget we live in the worst security situation since the Second World War. Ukraine is pushing back Russian aggressors, but we cannot forget history lessons. Russia is a long-term threat to our security. NATO summit in Madrid in June is a good opportunity to show that we are ready to adapt and change to this new reality. Russia wants to see us divided, but our unity must be a strong weapon. I wish you a successful working session and a pleasant stay in Vilnius. Thank you.
Minister, thank you so much for your introductory remarks, and please, as we go into the question and answer session, do speak in Lithuanian to answer the questions. First of all, let me just start by saying how much the Assembly and the nations appreciate Lithuania's unwavering support to Ukraine and making that support clear from the very start. Please do raise your hands, and Ethan will take a note of anyone who wants to ask a question. We have this session until 10 o'clock, so we've got 40 minutes to ask as many questions as possible. Minister, if I could just kick off the questions. You've outlined how Lithuania has created an independent energy policy, which is a good example to so many nations who are still reliant on Russian energy sources. One of the two questions relating to that. One, what is the impact been on inflationary pressures, and how do the populace of Lithuania react to that? And secondly, as I understand it, Kaliningrad is reliant upon the Lithuanian grid. And I was wondering how you're going to approach the issue of separating the electricity grid, or indeed whether you will separate the electricity grid from Kaliningrad. I think Zayda Kantena also has a question, so if we ask Zayda as well, we'll take two questions at a time. Zayda, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Alec. I speak Spanish. Yeah? Muchísimas.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for what you're doing. And from Spain, we would like to thank you for the security that you're granting to us beyond our borders. My question is related to what the feeling is of your population, and how does the government react? We know that there are minorities, the Russian-speaking minorities, which you have in this part of Europe, and those that are in favor of Russia. How do you perceive the influence of those hybrid campaigns of disinformation in your country? To what extent has this influenced the people, and what effect has this had? I know that we see a lot of Ukrainian flags here in this beautiful city of Vilnius, and the support that this grants to Ukraine. But what effect does this type of disinformation have on the population? And what does your government do to fight these campaigns of fake news, which reach us as well in Spain? Thank you.
Dėkui už klausimus.
Thank you for your questions. I will try to answer them one by one. The strategy on energy independence was launched 10 years ago. And all these years, we have been implementing this strategy. It will be completed when Lithuanian electricity grid is synchronized with the European continental network in a few years' time. We are preparing for this today. We have made huge investments into that already. In terms of the strategy, after its implementation, until the energy crisis and price surge, and we had the cheapest gas prices in Europe, although we did not have any direct pipeline connecting us with Russia. A large share of gas was taken from the LNG terminal, and it turns to be a very correct decision. In terms of Kaliningrad, Russia's side knows about our plans, so we have informed them about this, and they're also preparing for that. Kaliningrad has on several occasions tried to see the implementation of this disconnection. And the Russian side has invested a lot into that, and they have capacities in their hands. We have a transit of gas through Lithuania to Kaliningrad. And Kaliningrad receives gas from Russia through Lithuania. But Russia is afraid of EU's reaction on Russia's aggression. Therefore, they are also trying to prepare their capacities for the possible disconnection. But Lithuania has not planned to disconnect this transit of gas, and we're not doing that. The question on disinformation, this is a serious issue, but it can be tackled. When we stop calling Russian television as national media and refer to them as propaganda channels used for manipulation by the Russian authorities, I think that different types of disinformation can be spread in any country. Lithuania, as a part of the European Union, has closed certain disinformation channels from Russia. They cannot be broadcast in Lithuania. This does not mean that this is an absolute disconnection from disinformation, but we have no official ways of disinformation. On the other hand, we're also enhancing the resilience of the society. Disinformation and popular and civic support for Ukraine is a proof of that. In recent days, Lithuanian population collected €5 million to purchase Bayraktar for Ukraine. In 3 days, this was done in 3 days. So this also is a proof of the resilience of people to disinformation.
Thank you, Minister. We have Kamil Adin from Turkey and Raza from Lithuania. Kamil.
Thank you very much, dear Minister, for your introductory remarks. And towards the end of your remarks, you mentioned about your independence in terms of energy from Russia. But would it be possible to elaborate a bit more? What about the rest of the sectors? What about the other areas in terms of economy and trade? What kind of relationship between Russia and Lithuania? If you would like to elaborate a bit more, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Raza?
I am here. I will use opportunity to speak Lithuanian.
Mr. Minister, dear colleague, I raised my hand wishing to advertise and promote this important event that on the initiative of Lithuania's society, 5 million euro were collected in 3 days to purchase a serious piece of weapon, a Bayraktar. And I think that this is not the last contribution by Lithuania. I want to welcome the minister and congratulate the minister and the ministry, because Lithuania provided ammunition and weapons to Ukraine way before the 24th of February, and this was a breaking point, because other countries said that they would never supply any weapons, hard weapons, to Ukraine. So my congratulations. My question is to you as a historian. Could you define in a few words the disease that Europe faces, the disease that is referred to as Putinism? Fascism, Nazism, Bolshevism, and Putinism is the same thing. After the Second World War and after the fall of the USSR, the democratic world failed to evaluate the crimes of communism. And this is also part of the hybrid war. How is history used to generate Putinism in Russia? Don't you think that the failure to evaluate the crimes of communism resulted in Bucha, when we see the same crimes that were committed by the Red Army here in Lithuania, in Poland, in Kaliningrad, where women were raped, when civilians were killed, when children were killed? And all this has not been evaluated. And we have the consequence of that when the war began by Nazis and Bolsheviks, and now the unevaluated Bolshevism is resurrected again. As a doctor, I can say that if we don't have a definite diagnosis, we cannot find the cure for the disease. So this is the way I refer to Putinism as a disease, and how should we overcome it? First of all, I will answer the question about relations with Russia in other areas. As I have mentioned, Lithuania has blocked the purchase of Russian gas. Last year, a share of gas was purchased from Russia. Now we don't have this. We don't purchase any electricity from Russia. This share of electricity from Russia was not very large. Due to the nuclear power plant that has been constructed 50 kilometers away from Vilnius, we protested against that, and therefore we decided not to purchase any electricity from Belarus and from Russia. That actually was responsible for the construction of the nuclear power plant in Astrovets. Lithuania's relations with Russia, in terms of trade, and this trade in Lithuanian goods, it was only a small percentage of our trade to Russia. We mostly facilitated transit of goods through Lithuania. This was re-export. The current situation had a considerable influence on that. I believe not only for Lithuania, but for other countries in the region. We have to take these risks and to support Ukraine, because if we fail to do that, Ukraine will suffer the disaster. I think that sanction policy should be continued. Answering the other question related to historical issues, as a historian, I've said that in the beginning of the war, and what I repeated in Kiev in March this year. Russia's actions in Ukraine is a historical déjà vu. We are in a very difficult situation, and it reminds us of the 1940s. Well, it is not a World War III so far, and we want to avoid it, but we have to understand that any concessions to the aggressor or any territorial concessions for peace give an opposite result. We want peace, but we get war. I think that we should learn our historical lessons. I wrote a book, Red Terror in Lithuania, about the activities of Bolshevism in Lithuania, and the crimes that are committed on the territory of Ukraine are committed by the Russian army. And these are absolutely the same crimes that were committed 80 years ago in Lithuania. So therefore, we should always learn our lessons in history.
Thank you, Minister. We have Stuart Anderson from the UK and then Sven Minkson from Estonia.
Thank you for an excellent overview. And I'm very interested on the disinformation side. So back in the UK and many other countries, we understand disinformation, but I would say not as well as the states that actually live in close proximity to Russia. Since Putin's illegal action and the war, have we seen a change in the tactics of disinformation? Has there been a significant increase, and how effective is that within this region?
Sven?
Yes, thank you. Like my colleague Raza, I represent the European Parliament here in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. My question has to do with the military capabilities. I remember we visited with the European Parliament's Security and Defence Subcommittee Vilnius on the 23rd of February this year, so on the eve of the Russian attack. And we met the officials from Lithuanian military intelligence who told us that when it comes to Russian military modernization effort and rearmament programs, then although there has been a lot of hype about certain high-end technologies such as hypersonic missiles and semi-autonomous tanks or whatever, in reality these systems have never been fielded, have never been delivered to the troops. They are largely on the stage in the stage of single prototypes, if that. And Russian military continues to operate mostly Soviet legacy systems with certain improvements, certain modernizations. And the same was told to us actually a few days earlier by the Estonian military intelligence people. And I think that the Ukrainian operation has largely proved that. And the edge that the Russians hold over the Ukrainians is due to the difference of the two countries in size, and also the fact that Ukrainians until now have also operated largely Soviet legacy systems. And now I would like to ask you as to what's your assessment when it comes to the Russian military modernization efforts, what effect have the sanctions that we have collectively applied on them since 2014 had on that effort, and what can we do actually by way of introducing further sanctions on Russia to make sure that we continue to hold the edge when it comes to at least conventional military technology over Russia? Because I believe that, as many of our leaders have said, that the goal of the sanctions should not only be ending this ongoing war in Ukraine, but more broadly, it should be to make sure that we are able to weaken the Russian economy and Russian industrial base, but also to keep Russia from modernizing its military, so as to deny it the capability to wage further wars against its neighbors.
Dėkui už klausimus, atsakant į pirmą.
Thank you for the questions. When it comes to the disinformation, I'd like to note that the major objective of disinformation has always been to undermine the resilience of democracies. Putin perceives democracy as a weakness. He believes that our societies can be weakened through massive disinformation campaigns by replacing various concepts. Let us remember that Putin's ultimatum to the leaders of NATO and Western countries in December last year. He started blaming the West with the things that have never happened. He started talking about the denazification of Ukraine, and he mentioned the concepts and the things which are difficult to understand in a normal Western society. But that's how the propaganda machine by Mr. Putin works. The regime has applied the same tactics towards Lithuania as well. So the tactics has not changed. The target has always been the democratic world, NATO member countries, the NATO as alliance, the unity of the alliance. I think that Russia has seen absolutely different things that it had expected. Our countries have become even more united. They started supporting Ukraine. Some countries decided to join the NATO organization. And this was absolutely contrary to the expectations of the Russian Federation. When it comes to the question on the impact of sanctions to Russia, I'd like to note that there is effect on Russia. The impact has been made on the export of oil and gas. The impact is not absolute, therefore we have to make sure that these sanctions are even more efficient. Export of oil by tankers is decreasing. This has been very evident. We also know that the Russian Federation is losing a lot on the military ammunition because it did not expect that the war will last that long. I believe that this is the lesson that we have to learn, is that some of the equipment, such as optics, has been imported from us, from Western countries, by the Russian Federation. These were the equipment of double purpose. And I think that even in the absence of sanctions, the import of such things should be banned to the Russian Federation. I believe that the sanctions should even be expanded in as many areas as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We now go to Alexander Koronenko from Ukraine. and Andres Lavrados from Greece.
Mr. Minister, we're very thankful to you for your support, which Lithuania is providing to Ukraine. And this support we have felt before the invasion, and we're feeling the support of your nation constantly, every day in the battlefield. And the last example with the Bayraktar raising money, and we feel very warmed in our hearts by this chance. You know that our children are being named Bayraktar right now, and it's not a joke, in fact. And we are very thankful to this weapon for our Turkish colleagues. And we are thankful to Lithuanian people for such symbols of support which we can see. Of course, in Ukraine, we can raise money as well, but we are in fact amazed by the speed with which you did it. So when I arrived a day ago, the sum is quite small, and today the rating is over. So that's the people who gathered money. And as for the issue which we are discussing, I would like to focus on this. Russia and Baltic states. So the first issue is this wall corridor. That's the issue of the corridor, of the fact that you are bordering with the Russian enclave, and we know from our experience that Russia in its hybrid warfares likes to use such Russian-speaking people who are located in a specific area. And in Ukraine, we saw that it doesn't matter that they live on the Russian territory. So if there are people who are speaking Russian, Russians consider them Russians, and of course it's not always the fact. And then they believe that they have the moral or psychological background to conduct some operations, both hybrid, as it was in Ukraine, and then the real warfare. So I won't be speaking about some specific details, because that's the issue which should be solved by the military. But does the strategy which exists in NATO and which Lithuania has, is the strategy enough to guarantee the security in that part, and what should be done to strengthen it, while we understand the dilemma of Kaliningrad region? It's not as self-sufficient and it's vulnerable as well. I believe that the Ukrainian experience could show you what to expect from the Russian Federation. Thank you.
And first of all, I would like to thank the Minister for addressing us. Actually, Mr. Minister, the NATO enlargement with Finland and Sweden, it is going to be a very crystal clear response to the Russian aggressivity, to the tensions it provokes, and first of all, to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the horrible crimes of war committed by Russians. So, as NATO enlargement is a very critical action in the days to come, I'm sure that we, all NATO member states, will put horses before the chariot. We will be the we before the I, and we are going to vote in favor for Finland and Sweden accession to NATO, first in the North Atlantic Council in the days to come, and secondly, in Madrid summit, where both countries must receive the invitees status. So I would like, Mr. Minister, you to elaborate a little bit on this.
Dėkui iš klausimų.
Thank you for your questions. I believe that the lessons in Ukraine have shown that Putin's regime doesn't care whom to destroy, be it a Russian-speaking Ukrainian or a Ukrainian speaking their national language. The Putin's regime has opted to destroy everyone. I am convinced that the story of Mariupol, the shelling of Kharkiv city, is also a proof to that. The regime does not care about the nationality. The regime believes that the people are guilty just because they appeared on that particular territory in the wrong time, and the regime can kill thousands of them without asking what nationality they are. I believe that Putinism as a phenomenon, as a form of aggressive policy, as a symbiosis of pseudo-history, is supported by people of various nationalities. I am convinced that there are people of Lithuanian or Russian nationalities or other countries who support Putinism. Still, majority of the population resist this rhetoric by the Putin's regime. There is no doubt that unity of our people depends on the resilience of our people. It is very important to talk to our people and to tell the people what happened during the Second World War. We also have to tell the people what is truly happening on the Ukrainian soil. We have to ensure that the young generation is well aware of the situation in Ukraine. I have not put down the question, the second question, about Finland and Sweden. Well, in fact, membership of these two countries of NATO is of crucial importance for our region. We are well aware of the geopolitical situation in our region. We have talked a lot about the militarization of the Kaliningrad region, but the membership of Sweden and Finland is very important, which means it also means that we have to update and supplement NATO's plans. Sweden's and Finland's membership will also provide us with an opportunity to feel much safer in the region. We have to do our own homework. We need to ensure that NATO forces are much greater in the region. The forces have to be in the size of the brigade. NATO has to also increase its air capabilities in the region. If we do our homework, the contribution of Finland and Sweden will turn this region into a safe region. And for Russia, it would be rather difficult to engage in any aggressive actions against this region. But it seems that, well, again, coming back to the diagnosis of this region, we have not identified the diagnosis yet, so we still have to take further steps and to ensure that Sweden and Finland contributes to security.
Morning. Can we show our appreciation, please?
Thank
you. So we now turn to the presentation of the draft report of our subcommittee on future security and defence capabilities by our rapporteur, Roberta Pinotti. Senator Pinotti, you have the floor.
She's going to speak in French. Just so you know.
Bonjour. Je vais.
Good morning. I will present my report in French. And then we'll have a discussion. I will speak Italian and you will speak whatever you want. Dear colleagues, we are meeting again in Vilnius, and we would like to thank our Lithuanian friends for their hospitality, but as you know, we should have met, in fact, in Kiev. The reason why this was not possible, unfortunately, is too obvious. We are all very aware of the historical importance of the events taking place in Ukraine at this time. This is why this session is so special, because we are at a turning point for NATO. We all turn our sight to the east and support our Ukrainian friends with a view to discuss within this commission the strategic dimension, strategic and security dimension of this war which was decided by Putin. During these last few months, I was the rapporteur for the offensive and defensive cyber operations for NATO. This is why today we are here to talk about the major challenges for the alliance. I will just indicate a few general directives for conflict in cyberspace before presenting a few recommendations which should inform the following debate. The cyber field is something very unique in the operational fields. Contrary to the terrestrial, maritime, air and space, it is not a physical means, but it's virtual. What makes its particularity is that it is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, our eyes were turned on the images of bombings, of destroyed cities. It was then easy to forget the presence of the cyber effects in the field. So easy so that some people even declared that the cyber dimension had little or no importance at all in this war. But very quickly we realized that this was not the case. I'm thinking of the attack on Viasat, for example. This American telecommunication by satellite company was used by the Ukrainian army and police to communicate between them. On the 24th of February, when Russia was starting its terrestrial offensive, cyber attacks were deliberately putting out of service the satellite used by the Ukrainian services. And this shows another point which explains the size of the challenge we're confronted with. This satellite, this American satellite, was not only used by Ukraine, but also by other countries, including allied countries. I was saying that the cyber was everywhere and nowhere. I would like to insist on this point, because this is a space which is extremely difficult to defend. Cyberspace being everywhere and nowhere at the same time means that an attack can hit several countries at the same time, whether it's deliberate or not. Furthermore, military in Ukraine, European and American companies were hit. This means two things. In cyberspace, military targets and civilian targets are overlapping and mixed. And we are faced with a risk of major escalation because attacks can overflow in an unexpected way. More than ever, critical infrastructure is exposed to a constant risk. Countries like Russia or China are well aware of this. They use the ambiguities of cyberspace for hybrid war. Cyber, everywhere and nowhere, means that the attacker, whoever it is, could be anywhere in the world at the moment of the attack. They can very easily hide its traces. Investigation can last for months before we are able to identify who the attacker was. This is one of the major characteristics of cyber operation, and I want to underline this report. The offensive fight is rather easy to deploy. It's more and more accessible for all kinds of actors. They can be state actors, criminals, activists, or a little bit of the three. But to defend against cyber attack is not easy. There is an imbalance between offensive and defensive. The attacker simply have to find the weakest link to enter in our systems and to hit us. This means that we are right to consider cyber defense as a crucial domain for NATO. It is unavoidable for our capacity to defend ourselves and to avoid threat. Without credible cyber defense, our armies, but also our private sector and our civil societies will pay the price. Furthermore, an attack that could impact several allied at the same time requires a collective response. This is exactly where NATO is very efficient, and we have to congratulate the decision to use the invocation of Article 5 of the Transatlantic Treaty. The adapt to new securities. The creation of the Cyber Operations Center in Mons, which will be operational in early 2023, is another example. But this is far from enough. Cyberspace is a largely unexplored land. It's a field constantly changing. We do not know the nature of tomorrow's nature as of today. Future cyber attacks will use new technologies like intelligent artificials in order to be even more stealthy and efficient. See, this is also unexplored land in terms of international law. In spite of serious efforts, the geopolitical climate makes it difficult to move forward. We have to solve together many legal questions which are still unknown. We have to explore the nature of the relation between our armies and private companies. A clear distinction between the public and the private field on the networks is very difficult, if not impossible. We see this in Ukraine. Companies like Microsoft have provided extremely valuable help to our Ukrainian partners. They detected, they were the first to detect some evil activities on the number of computers. They brought their IT support and the expertise to the government. These information were used to provide efficient response, reinforcing the Ukrainian cyber defense. I am convinced that such partnerships are unavoidable in the future. The nature of the cyber fight is such that we have no choice. And for this, we know that we still have a lot to learn. I would like to present now a few recommendations concerning the measures that we will have to take in the future. We are about to adopt the new strategic concept for NATO. Cyber, without any doubt, will play a much more important role than previously. Taking into account the digitalization of our companies today, cyber conflicts will gain in intensity. We have to we could reach the objectives which are specified in the strategic concept only if we are totally interoperable. We have to push forward the common use of information, and we have to favor practice and method which should help with the interoperability of our cyber forces. The actors in the private sector must be consulted much more regularly as well. We have to provide to some of them security clearance so that we could have a significant and meaningful dialogue. At the level of NATO, the cyber partnership between NATO and industry has to be strengthened. We have to deploy our legal arsenal in order to strengthen our resilience to cyber attacks. So let's use NATO as an organism which can politically attribute the attackant clearly. This is where will be our credibility and our political response. We, parliamentarians, let's use our role to make sure that our countries have an aligned vision on some legal questions. We can think together about a legal framework concerning the activities of the private actors on cyber questions. We can think together to the modalities in order to take to justice the active cyber criminals from foreign countries, and immediately we have to bring all our support to our partners in need as they are faced with a number of cyber attacks. The Ukrainian people in particular will have to benefit from a better cyber defense confronted to the attacks against their sovereignty by Russia. Thank you very much.
Excellent draft report. We have comments coming. Now, I'm going to run this session to 10:40 because we're going to take a coffee break at 10:40. Take a coffee break at 10:40, and we must be back in this room at 11 o'clock because we've got the Defence Minister from Ukraine, but we also are going to have, by satellite communication, a Ukrainian soldier on the front line who can only be online for 5 minutes.
Ukrainian MP.
A Ukrainian MP on the front line who can only be online for 5 minutes to make sure they can't be located. So we're going to run to a strict timetable, 10:40, 20 minutes for coffee, and then back in here, bang on for 11 o'clock. So we've got Christine Normadden from Canada and Pierre from Canada as well. Christine.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur Pinotti, for this information. It was extremely interesting. I'd like to hear you on the possible of invoking Article 5 in the case of a cyber attack in two aspects. How can we prove, firstly, that the attack comes from a state and not a non-state actor? Has there already been a discussion on this? And another thing, if it must bring an answer by the members of NATO, retaliation by members of NATO, we know that the damage, the collateral damage of a private and civilian level, is NATO ready to do this when you think of the collateral impact it could have?
Pierre.
I thank you. Oui, merci.
Thank you very much, Roberta, for your report. I'd like to know, well, in your recommendation, you talk about the Talon 2.0, the international. In Canada, we recently changed the law to allow for defense against offensive operations. But do you have any idea of how things are for the member states? All the countries, are all the countries prepared to do these operations? Ready? Are they ready?
Many thanks for these questions. Some of them are very difficult to answer, and I don't have all the points covered, but I'll give you my opinion with regard to what you've asked. You all remember that Article 5 of the NATO treaty was invoked after the attack on the Twin Towers, 9/11, and at that time the United States deemed that they'd been attacked as a state on their territory, so they requested the solidarity of other NATO countries. I think for cyber attacks, the method could be the same. A country considering itself under attack, and obviously there are methods to demonstrate this, could seek the solidarity, invoke the solidarity of other countries in NATO, and I think that we need to begin to activate this mechanism. We hope that we will be able to defend ourselves. We hope that there will be no need for this, but in the case of a massive attack which makes it difficult for a state to continue its life as normal, we will need to think of solidarity coming into play. Difficult to attribute the origin of attacks currently, because sometimes the source is mixed. Perhaps a state wants to spawn a attack, but it uses hackers so as not to reveal its own responsibility. This is one of the most difficult aspects in terms of identification of those who are responsible for cyber attacks, because the possibility of muddying the waters from the outset, and therefore making it difficult to understand the source of an attack, with the state using agents who are not readily identifiable as its minions, makes things very difficult. So it's a bit like law enforcement and criminals and the investigations which the police have to carry out. Criminals use increasingly sophisticated methods to commit their crimes, and investigators have to keep up with the progress of their methods to be able to apprehend them. It won't be an easy challenge, but it is certainly a vital challenge for the future. With regard to the effects of cyber attacks on civil entities, I think NATO should be invoked as a defensive alliance. So this is part of the overall defense of the state. There will also be other kinds of solidarity which can be used for attacks against civilian structures, but certainly cyber defense, considering the fact that cyber attacks also attack the civilian structures of a state. It's also very important to be able to build a shield against civilian effects. Now, with regard to where states stand and what progress they've made, I know what Italy is doing in this area. Italy is setting itself the issue of how to include in its laws the possibility of undertaking offensive operations too. every state will have to measure these actions with their own constitutions and laws. I know that this is a matter which Italy and other countries are considering with great attention. I think that this issue of legislative and legal development, I don't know whether we can do this here at NATO, but we are in the Parliamentary Assembly, so I'm suggesting it in this forum. Perhaps we should ascertain where we stand among our various states, because I know that action is and analysis is being undertaken in all states in this area, and there is a need for framing new legislation for cyber attacks. Thank you.
Close the list. We've got 4 more questions. I'm going to take Michel Dapon from France and then Zaida Cantera from Spain. Michel.
Merci. Madame la
Thank you very much, dear Roberta. Dear Roberta, I would like to congratulate you for having spoken French. I would also like to thank you for this excellent, extremely comprehensive report that shows that the malevolent uses of technologies are multiplying and can be a threat for international security. The current crisis forces us to accelerate our work on cybersecurity and the global resilience of our systems and networks. So Vladimir Putin's regime has actually reached the opposite effect of what it was looking for in the cyber area as well. Cyber resistance principle was translated by NATO by a qualification of operations of defensive type. However, for as long NATO is a defensive alliance, not an aggressive. If the nations are trying to meet a need, they'll try and get this effect for NATO, but without the support of NATO. So, quite justly, when we have a problem of saying who did, finger pointing of the criminal, there is at the international level no total certainty on a precise origin of an attack. How do you think it can be commonly attributed to the 30 allies? So I'd like to thank you for your conclusion that tends to give NATO a more centralizing function when it comes to this kind of case.
Zaida.
Sorry. Muchas gracias, Roberta.
Thank you, Roberta. I work with cyber security in the armed forces, or that is what I used to work in. And this brings me back to what has been said by our colleague from Canada. My concern throughout the report, which I think is excellent, are new destructive technologies, artificial intelligence and quantic computer calculations. China is taking giant steps there, and I think they are really in the lead as far as quantic computing. And I think this, breaks up all the previous schemes. From the military point of view, saying defensive or offensive, it all depends on how you use them. And this brings me back to what we were saying before, the use of Article 5, and I do agree that perhaps this should be invoked or could be invoked if the capabilities of a country are clearly affected by an attack, a cyber attack. Okay, we invoke it, but then, and I can assure you, I know about this, I work with Anonymous, the attacker, if he's good, they can, hide whoever is behind this. I mean, they could actually be attacking you if you're in the very same country with boots and proxies in your own country. We could have suspicions, as you said, and you start the Ukrainian invasion, and as per coincidence, you get an attack to the servers or satellite connections, and which makes it very difficult for there to be communications. And yes, we have certain ideas as to who has committed this particular attack, but we have no proof. There's no proof that can truly tell us who is behind these attacks. So my question goes in the same direction as other colleagues. How can you invoke the Article 5? Article 5 against who? How? When? With today's technology and with the progress they're making, it's almost impossible to truly know who one can attribute this to. So there's a kind of legal void here, and NATO, as we already said, and we talked about this, the French colleague talked about this too. I mean, we're a defensive organization. How are we going to react to this? And how are we going to turn into being offensive against a certain objective? What objective? So basically, yes, I believe that the use of Article 5 when faced with a cyber attack should be possible, but somehow in Spain, when I talk to colleagues who work in this area, what I'm missing is the next step. Against whom and how? And how can we make it quite clear that when faced with the citizens, we have the legitimacy, not only de facto legitimacy, as to who we are actually taking action against. Who are we defending ourselves against? And I think that is the one point that we're still missing here in NATO, so that we can tell Spaniards, for instance, like, look, we're invoking Article 5 against a private institution, a public institution, or state, because remember, the terrorists, cyber crimes, well, we can invoke Article 5 because we're absolutely convinced that it is an attack by them. And this is so important because we really need the support of our society when we are going to be taking any steps. Thank you. Your report is excellent.
Grazie.
Thank you. As the questions continue, they get more and more difficult. Difficult because objectively we're talking about unexplored ground, so we don't have all the answers on these issues. Initially, I'd made a reference to 9/11 and the 11th of September because Article 5 was at that time invoked. In that case, the attack came from terrorists. It was then identified that these terrorists used Afghanistan as a area of protection. So the attack was not actually against Afghanistan. It was in Afghanistan to defeat terrorists. Now, I'm quoting this example because I think that in the cyber area where, and I admit it's very difficult to attribute actions. I'm following the Italian situation with regard to our capacity. We all are exposed to attacks like other countries, particularly after the Ukraine invasion. But our capacity to identify the source of these attacks is progressively improving. So if we were to want to invoke Article 5, even if it is difficult to attribute the attack, I think you could still seek the support of NATO invoking Article 5, even if the source of the attack is not totally transparent. And I'm thinking about these things, reasoning about these things together with you. These are not things which are clearly defined. I'm just saying these things off the top of my head, and these are things which we really need to think about together. It is wholly true that today, not only do we have the problem of identification and attribution in the area of artificial intelligence and quantum computing, there is a huge acceleration in the danger of these attacks, and particularly China. And in the report, there is analysis of China's progress in this area. China is particularly worrying. So there's a further challenge, because the impact and the speed with which a cyber attack can become devastating with these new AI tools is very, very worrying indeed. And here we have to proceed at speed. Not for all. This doesn't apply to all states, but in some cases we have been very slow in reacting to the cyber sector. And I'm saying this out of personal experience too. When I was Minister of Defense, there was no cyber command, and the Italian resources were still organized in the traditional fashion. And in fact, in the first budget I was presented with, there were no funds allocated to cyber activities in 2018, I'm speaking of. And at that time, the risk was very, very clear. So I had to contact the defense authorities and say, you've got to tell me how much you need to spend this year in order to provide protection against cyber attacks. I'm saying this because the speed has picked up since then. Not only have the command been established, but there's also been state governance established to coordinate these actions. But we did wait for too long, and we can't wait. We can't just deal with single areas and wait for the others to be fixed. We can't. We have to be quick in all areas. We have to be as quick as the people who want to attack us. I believe that this challenge of legal and legislative measures, with all the ambiguity there is between defensive and offensive actions in the cyber area, this is even more difficult to define elsewhere. But we're very, very far from having common legislative and legal measures. For war crimes, we've established jurisdiction, we've established institutions. In this area, since it is a new area, we really haven't made enough progress. So I believe that also using the best legal minds we have in our countries and pooling their abilities, we need to set up a legal apparatus which can guarantee that we act within the bounds of legality when we need to act. So I think this is a real emergency we have before us.
Senator, we have 10 minutes left. We have Brett Bone, who is a NATO observer, and we have Peter Booth from Germany. Brett.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for taking my question. It's already been discussed in part, but the whole issue of attribution, ambiguity, and things like that is something that I believe we need to have a political debate over now, not in the time when it happens. We saw during a NATO exercise, Trident Juncture, which I took part in, where we did very well moving our military assets, planes and ships, but we had a whole spate in that exercise of cyber and hybrid attacks that we did nothing about because we wrung our hands over, well, we can't really prove it was them. At some point, it has to be relatively obvious. So, and we had the same thing, I believe, in the invasion of Crimea, where everybody knew that the little green men were Russian Spetsnaz, but nobody could actually prove it. On the other hand, European countries did a lot better in the Skripal poisoning when they also did not have definitive, defensible in court proof that Russia had done it. But we had an extremely high degree of intelligence confidence that they had, and we took action based on that. I believe that we need to have a discussion about what types of attributions, because we know that the adversaries are aware of this problem on our side. We know that they will use hacktivists or they will use private criminal organizations or something, but does that mean that the state was not involved in provoking that? I believe not. And I believe that we have to have a political debate of what level will we accept. Do we have to have something that we can take to a court of law and prove in The Hague, or when our leaders are briefed with a high level of confidence from our intelligence and other services, we should be able to act on that, lest we lose weeks or months trying to get to the final proof, by which time, sadly, the war might be over. Your comments, please.
Peter?
Ja, ich hätte auch eine Frage.
Yes, I would have a question concerning Article 5 and the assistance clause. Not so much the question, where does the aggression stem from? But you said at the beginning that, of course, we might invoke Article 5 when we are attacked, but at present, in all countries, we do experience cyber attacks every day from private, possibly from state structures. This is what was just discussed. So what would be the threshold? When could you invoke Article 5 if there is military infrastructure concerned, state infrastructure, critical infrastructure? So what would be the point, the threshold, where a country says this is a case of Article 5 and this Article 5 will be activated? In our analog world, violating territorial integrity is such a case where you could say this is the threshold and we could now invoke Article 5, but in the digital area it's much more difficult. Did you think about this question? Thank you.
With regard to the question from the German colleague, in fact, what he was suggesting, I can only say that I agree. I believe that it is fundamental to have a political debate on the issue of attribution, and I think that we need to reach a joint decision. What I was suggesting, because I think it is important that we need to establish legal instruments, because of the nature of our states, because of the need to have to make legitimate decisions. I think that we also need to ensure that political basis can be underpinned by a judicial platform which can ensure that we're within the rules we've set as a Atlantic Alliance. I think it would be useful if at the Madrid summit, in addition to what I've suggested, the possibility of invoking Article 5, there be a further exploration of some of the points which have been raised today in our discussion and find some kind of solution at the Madrid debate, because today we haven't found solutions. We've announced an important principle, namely that the alliance can be invoked for cyber attacks too, with Article 5, but we haven't really thrashed out what the threshold is for determining that a cyber attack has been committed and when we can ask for the support of others. We've already spoken about territorial integrity. With regard, we talk about territorial attacks, but I think for cyber attacks there too, we need to define the suspension of activities which is caused by these attacks, which could make us consider that this attack can be reacted to. So I think that at the NATO summit, I don't know whether in the conclusions, but certainly a technical analysis has to be undertaken, and then it should be approved politically. I think this is something which is essential.
Senator, thank you so much for your excellent report. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions. And it's obviously a subject that we have to give much attention to and develop along the way. We are now going to take our coffee break. We must be back in this room at 11 o'clock because we've got video links and time. It's 10:55 back in this room. Thank you, everybody. Take our seats, please.
Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I now have the honour of welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Oleksiy Reznikov, Minister of Defence of Ukraine. Mr. Reznikov has served as Minister of Defence since November 21 and previously held numerous positions in government such as Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Reintegration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories and Deputy Head of the Kyiv City State Administration. He was chosen by President Zelensky in May 2020 to represent Ukraine in the working political subgroup with the trilateral contact group to facilitate a diplomatic resolution to the war in the Donbass region. Understandably so, Mr. Reznikov was unable to travel to be with here in Vilnius, but we are grateful he could take the time to join us via Zoom and share his perspective from Ukraine. Without further ado, Minister, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I would like to start my speech by thanking our host, the Lithuanian nation and government, for the support that your country has extended to Ukraine during this war. I would like also to express my deep appreciation for my colleague, the Minister for National Defense of Lithuania, Arvydas Anuškauskas. He was the first foreign dignitaries to have visited Kyiv after February 24. We remember and value your support. Let me briefly describe the current situation on the front. During the first month of the full-scale invasion, Russia has experienced a strategic defeat. Much like many Western capitals, the Kremlin believed that Kyiv would fall within 3-4 days and that a Moscow-controlled government would be installed within 10 days. That did not happen, not within 3 days, not within 3 weeks, and not within 3 months. The Russian occupying army experienced catastrophic losses. The number of killed Russian soldiers has now exceeded 30,000. The Ukrainian army has destroyed a significant portion of Russian allied units, including airborne assault forces, special forces, and famous tank divisions. Additionally, Russia has lost more than 200 planes, 170 helicopters, more than 1,300 tanks, and 3,250 armored vehicles. We have destroyed the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, the Moskva cruiser. The Russian army has been crushed outside Kyiv, expelled from northern regions, and pushed back from Kharkiv. For the time being, the defeat has made Russia switch to more modest military goals and change its tactics. Now, Russia is trying to seize the south and east of Ukraine. Nevertheless, it has not abandoned its goal of capturing Kyiv and crushing the Ukrainian statehood yet. The last weeks saw very heavy fighting in Luhansk and Donetsk regions. The enemy is sending colossal forces to seize the towns of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk and to gain control of the entire Luhansk Oblast. Yet again, Russians are experiencing staggering losses. Ukraine's losses are heavy to thought. Every day, about 100 of our soldiers sacrifice their lives defending the country, and about 500 are injured. Our servicemen and servicewomen are putting up a valiant fight, but the Russian army is giant. They substantially outman us. Critically, the Russian army outguns us by an order of magnitude in terms of long-range artillery. It also has more armored vehicles and uses aviation and missile strikes from outside Ukraine's borders without approaching our army. Russia has unlimited supply of Soviet-era ammunition. They are razing our cities to the ground, and this is no exaggeration. Having stalled the Russian attack, our army is forced to retreat from the towns where not a single wall is left standing after Russian bombing. Nothing but heaps of rubble remain. At the same time, the Kremlin is trying to move the war into the protracted phase. The situation in the temporarily occupied part of Ukraine's southern regions, primarily in Kherson Oblast, is proof of that. Instead of advancing, the Russian army is constructing layered defenses. Therefore, our one goal now is to break the Russian scenario. We need to liberate our land as soon as possible. Each new day brings new acts of genocide of the Ukrainian people perpetrated by Russians on the occupied territories. They rape women and children in mass. They kidnap, torture, and kill civilians. The whole world saw the news of the terrifying crimes perpetrated by the Russian soldiers in the town of Bucha, on the outskirts of Kyiv. Similar crimes happen in every territory seized by the Russian army. In Kyiv Oblast alone, we have discovered the bodies of almost 1,300 civilians abducted and killed by Russians. Many of them were tortured and dead. The news fill out hearts with anguish and anger. We want to save our people and to expel the enemy as soon as possible. In order to do that, we need heavy weapons, primarily MLRS. We also need artillery, tanks, aviation, anti-ship complexes, UAVs, and anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense systems. We need them fast. We need them in the number commensurate with the scope of the challenge we are facing. Unfortunately, not everybody acknowledges the scope of the challenge. Russia's military aggressions against Ukraine began more than 8 years ago with the illegal occupation of Crimea. The world didn't put up an adequate response to the attack, much like it ignored the early attack on Georgia. As the result of that non-response, Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, essentially destroying the world order developed in the aftermath of World War II. The UN and the OSCE have proven their complete impotence. They have failed their state mission by not preventing the largest war on the continent on the last 80 years. I don't see how the Security Council can continue to function given that the country perpetrating genocide has veto rights. Russia attacked Ukraine not because we posed a threat, not because the NATO posed a threat to the Kremlin either. The Kremlin's surprisingly mellow reaction to Sweden and Finland's desire to join the alliance is proof enough of that. It would take the imaginary NATO rocket, this boogeyman of the Kremlin's rhetoric, exactly as long to reach Moscow from Latvia as from Kharkov. Russia attacked us because Ukrainians wanted to live a free and prosperous life and to define our own future. Therefore, this war is impossible to localize. This is not a war against the Ukrainian state. This is a war against values and the way of life. Russia's goal is to destroy freedom while discrediting the EU and NATO. Many of you have heard the statement of the current Russian president. He believes the collapse of the USSR to have been the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Not everybody had understood the essence of Russia's goals, though. Russia believes that it lost in the Cold War. It knows that it cannot win against the free world. Therefore, the Kremlin has opted for a lose-lose game. With no victors, it is easier to claim that we didn't lose, to hold on to power, and to try to impose your agenda on the world. If Ukraine falls in this battle, Moscow will not stop and will keep destabilizing Europe at every opportunity. What it seems as cooperation by the free world, Russia has.
La Russia ha cercato di ricattare il mondo libero. Il dialogo è un segno di debolezza. Non c'è nulla che non abbiano sfruttato come mezzo di ricatto. Energia, lingua, attività commerciali, storia condivisa. La Russia ha imparato a comprarsi politici europei ed ex funzionari, facendo di paesi interi la loro leva. Abbiamo di fronte qualcuno che non si fermerà se l'aggressione non viene resistita in modo sufficiente. È molto importante dare un aiuto sufficiente all'Ucraina. La situazione adesso sta cambiando, anche se lentamente. Bisogna proteggere gli interessi di ogni paese, indipendentemente dalla dimensione. Il presidente Zelensky ha parlato di un nuovo formato U24 dove le violazioni della pace alle violazioni della pace bisogna reagire immediatamente per evitare le conseguenze catastrofiche della guerra. Per dare un esempio, l'utilizzo di mine nel Mar Nero potrebbe portare a un aumento notevole dei prezzi alimentari. Questo aumento di prezzo potrebbe destabilizzare i paesi del Medio Oriente e del Nord Africa con una nuova ondata di migrazione. L'Europa meridionale verrebbe sconvolta da questa ondata di migrazioni e quindi è essenziale sconfiggere i russi che vogliono occupare l'Ucraina. Dobbiamo liberare le persone della nostra terra, dobbiamo ricostruire dove c'è stata distruzione. Abbiamo ricevuto la solidarietà di molte nazioni, siamo impegnati a fare di tutto per massimizzare il nostro utilizzo degli aiuti internazionali. Voglio dire che il recente incontro dei capi di Stato maggiore che ha raccolto rappresentanti di più di 40 paesi sottolinea l'importanza del coordinamento e ogni decisione significativa per aiutare l'Ucraina adesso comporta la collaborazione tra diversi paesi per consegnare armi allo standard NATO. Vorrei chiedere a tutti i paesi di considerare se bisogna applicare considerazioni tipiche dei tempi di pace in situazioni di guerra. Le decisioni richiedono settimane e a volte mesi. Vorrei che i vostri parlamenti adottassero delle risoluzioni per attirare l'attenzione dei governi a questi problemi. In molti casi i miei colleghi ministri della difesa sostenevano certe iniziative ma dovevano coordinarsi con i ministri per le finanze o altri ministri che ritardava la procedura. Abbiamo bisogno di procedure.
Analyze every help format introduced by our partners and subdivided them, so to speak, between the three baskets: short term, medium term, and long term. Subsequently, we should consider them not just from the quantitative, but also from the qualitative perspective. How they increase the capabilities of the armed forces of Ukraine at any given moment. We also suggest considering the harmonization of assistance programs. The ideal goal is to obtain weapons and military equipment, not just as platforms or tubes, but as an organic unit. It would substantially increase the efficiency on the field of combat. It would also increase our Army's interoperability, not only on the technical, but also on the organizational level. The NATO's role in this process is hard to overestimate. It would foster Ukraine's de facto integration with the NATO. Second, many voices have lately been suggesting various peace plans to Ukraine that essentially boil down sending parts of its territory to Russia to appease the Kremlin. Face to face, they say. That's not facts, that's nonsense. On the one hand, there is no better way to encourage the Kremlin to escalate than to kowtow to its demands. The experience of the last 20 years is proof enough of that. It's time we learn the lesson. This signal that it's beneficial to the Kremlin will be actively broadcast to the public of your countries in order to disorient them. I call on you to take on a leadership role in countering this propaganda. On the other hand, it should be acknowledged that the Ukrainian nation will not accept any solution that it seems as capitulation or a treason. We have paid too high a price. Discussing the possibility of sending territory is seen as treasonous. It would spark a nationwide conflagration. I'm the score the words nationwide. That world increased the risk to NATO countries manifold. Therefore, the only way to stop the war is to send a clear signal to Moscow that the free world would accept only one scenario: the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity within the international recognized borders. That would mean that we are back to the rule of law instead of violent intimidation. My third point concerns sanctions. Russia will be forced to stop the aggression once it can no longer foot the bill. Vice versa, the Kremlin sees the lack of unity between the countries of the free world as condemnation of its actions. Our military is currently studying the destroyed Russian military equipment. The Russian weapons that kill Ukrainians contain nodes and elements produced in the NATO states and delivered to Russia's contravention of the sanctions. In essence, certain NATO member states are helping Russia to rob the occupied Ukrainian territories, for example, by removing stolen grain. They help to transport the Russian oil. This is hypocrisy. The fact that this is done by private enterprises changing nothing. We are perfectly aware that the sanctions might have a negative impact on the well-being of your citizens. Your citizens might feel unhappy. Sanctions aren't the cause, though. The cause is the war started by Russia. Though sanctions against Russia's financial system and making sure that it will not be able to finance the war by selling energy sources would restore European prosperity fairly quickly. It would send the signal that violence is not an acceptable method of the doing business. Fourth, I am deeply grateful to the countries that not only delivered weapons to Ukraine, but also provided shelter to our refugees, that helped to buttress the stability of our economy. Believe me, the Ukrainian nation appreciates this. We all recognize that providing assistance over an extended period of time may lead to fatigue. Therefore, I would like to repeat my statement. It is in the best interest of the free world that Ukraine wins soon and that the war doesn't enter the protracted phase. It is equally important to keep your public informed about the events in Ukraine. Residents of peaceful European cities might find it difficult to emphasize with what the residents of Mariupol or Kharkiv are experiencing. If your nation understands that Ukraine is defending Europe again, it would support your leadership and stand by in the resolve to defeat the Kremlin. We are ready to assist in every way possible. For example, just yesterday, I opened a new exhibition of the Russian military equipment destroyed by the Ukrainian army in Kyiv. We are displaying tanks, armored vehicles, and other pieces of dead metal. We are also exhibiting pieces of missiles that the Russian army has shot to destroy peaceful Ukrainian towns, schools, and residential houses. That makes the war very real. Our soldiers have been destroying Russian equipment by the hundred, and we are ready to send similar exhibitions to any country interested in hosting one. It would demonstrate that the Russian army can be beat. There is no reason to fear it. The weapons that we are sending to Ukraine help us to fend off Russia. We will show proof of that. To conclude, my fifth point is that we need political support on our Euro-Atlantic path. The war in Ukraine recalibrated the goals and topics of the forthcoming leaders meeting in Madrid in next June. It is time to develop new security architecture on the continent. The strategic concept until 2030 is supposed to be approved in Madrid. There must be a peace for Ukraine within an internationally recognized borders. Otherwise, this strategy will be weak from the beginning. We need to restore the NATO-Ukraine Commission meetings at the highest level in the format they had until 2017. We should preserve the continuity of the political and military dialogue at every level of our cooperation. War is not the time to continue blackmail through the NATO platform to settle bilateral issues. This is counterproductive. Lately, a good half of my every speech consists of personal thanks to my colleagues, the defense ministers, or to the country that supported Ukraine. I'm always anxious that I might forget to mention someone, yet I'm happy that it's growing. It means that we are on the right path. I would be happy to expand my list of gratitude to include parliamentary delegation at the next opportunity. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Minister, we thank you immensely for the time you've taken today in such difficult circumstances to address our Spring Assembly. I want to reassure you that from the British government point of view, we have made it crystal clear on the floor of the House that the British government consider that until the entirety of Ukraine's sovereign borders are restored, including Crimea, that the UK will continue to fully supply and keep sanctions in place, to fully supply Ukraine with the weaponry we can and to keep the sanctions in place. 80 years ago, the United Kingdom, along with other allies, stood up to the face of fascist dictators, and we continue to do that to this day. We will not allow a fascist dictator to take over the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a free and sovereign country. So, Minister, you have the full support of the alliance. Many more countries are hoping to move forward with their support of Ukraine, and I know that there has been significant policy direction changes from allied nations who have completely turned around their philosophy of the last 80 years to address and confront this new threat. Minister, I'd like to introduce Congressman Jerry Connolly. He is the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us today. We have been in constant contact with our counterparts in the Rada, in the Ukrainian parliament, and it hasn't just been to get caught up. Those sessions have been very specific in the weapon systems you need, and we have used those sessions to try to expedite the delivery and to undo bottlenecks in our respective defense ministries, including my own. And I'm also proud of the fact that I'm joined by Republicans and Democrats in the United States delegation who have just voted for a $40 billion package of both military and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine, which, by the way, is the largest bilateral aid program in the world. And we will be prepared, I believe, to augment that as your needs develop. We are also working specifically to respond to some of the items you cited, including multiple rocket systems, including training for those systems, including long-range artillery, howitzers, and even pilot training for F-15s and F-16s. So we are acting on that, and we are going to emphasize what you emphasized, that time is of the essence. I would say to my colleagues that the minister made a very important point, that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is far more bad enough that is an attack on the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian sovereignty. It is a direct challenge and attack on liberal democracy, on the values we share, on the systems of government we have formed, on the alliance we represent. And so Ukraine's fight is also, in a sense, our fight. It's a surrogate fight, but it's a real one. And it's a test, and it's a test so far we've met. Vladimir Putin underestimated the courage and the resilience of the Ukrainian people. He also underestimated the solidarity and the will of this body, NATO. He totally miscalculated. He thought he could fracture us. Europeans and North Americans, Southern from Northern, Eastern from Western, and he was wrong. And until we see this fight to a successful conclusion, let's make sure that he stays wrong. Let's make sure that we redouble that solidarity and that we do everything in our power to assist Ukraine in their valiant effort to be a free people. That's their only crime, the desire to be a free people. So we stand with you, Mr. Minister. We will back up those words with actions, I promise, and we will continue to do everything we can to try to make sure that you have what you need to bring this violent, brutal conflict started by Russia to an end, and an end that will be finished by Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Minister, we now have some questions from the floor. We start off with Lord Campbell from the UK and then Colonel Bob Stewart from the UK.
Your Excellency, thank you for that wide-ranging and indeed at times passionate address. Your anxieties will have been well understood by those who have listened to you put the eloquent case. I too wish to congratulate and to some extent marvel at the resilience and courage not only of your forces but of the civilian population as well. It is an indication of the extent to which your country is desperate to ensure that the right of freedom is not one which is taken away from them. But I'm much concerned by the problem of the supply of equipment. It appeared recently that the Russians had been concentrating on the railway network with a view to trying to limit the extent and the speed with which equipment could be moved to those parts of the battle where it was necessary. Is there any force in any of these reports? What is clear beyond any consideration whatsoever is not only do you require a full collection, a full selection, one might say, of military material and weapons, but you also need proper training, because many of these weapons are new. They require a more sophisticated attitude. Are you capable of ensuring that, if provided by the suppliers, is able to be applied to those who will use those weapons? Let me finish by saying that I fully support the observations of our President. This is a battle not just about Ukraine, but about values. And the values of this alliance lie at the very heart of our support for the cause in which you find yourselves. We wish you Godspeed.
Bob.
Minister, thank you so much. We are in awe, everyone in this hall. May I ask a practical question? A friend of mine, his name is Ben Grant, age 30, an ex-Royal Marine, is currently fighting for you in the Donbass. He is one of many volunteers from our countries that have gone to support you. Officially, of course, we have no forces in Ukraine. May I ask, sir, what status does Ben and the other volunteers have? Are they designated as members of Ukraine's armed forces, wearing uniform? And obviously, I'm thinking in the sad event that they were captured on operations, because we have a duty to try and protect those sort of people who are acting on our behalf, because our governments and NATO is somewhat constrained at the moment. But I applaud the young men, mainly young men, but I'm sure there are some young women, who have actually taken action themselves to support Ukraine, which we all totally endorse. Thank you.
Minister.
Шановний головуючий, я можу...
Dear Chairman, I may answer. First, the previous question. Do we have the issues with the logistics? If we speak about the logistics, we don't have any issues. Our neighboring countries, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, who are neighboring, they are assisting us in providing this assistance, and we have all the supplies. So we don't have any issues with logistics. So the Russians could not make any hurdles. About the trainings, we are very thankful to our neighboring countries, Poland, Germany, Great Britain, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. These are the countries where the trainings are being held. Now Denmark joined them, and our military are being trained there on different types of weapons. It takes from 10 days to 2 weeks if we're speaking about artillery, armored vehicles. So as soon as we receive the approval for our pilots, it will take longer. Our pilots are ready to go and to be taught. As for the foreigners who volunteered to participate in the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have the International Legion, which is officially registered, and it is part of the armed forces. So all the foreigners, they apply to our embassies where they live, So they have the interview first in the embassies, and after being checked, they are sent to the training centers in Ukraine. They are being trained in the firing ranges, and then it is decided within which units they will be serving. They are being paid a similar remuneration as the Ukrainian military. They also receive the allowances for being wounded, and in case that they became prisoners of war, the same rules will apply to them as to the Ukrainian military. So they signed the contract with the armed forces of Ukraine, so they are participating officially in this warfare. And of course, we do hope that they are not violating the rules of their native countries. That's it.
Have Marie-Agnes Strack-Zinnerman from Germany and Utku Kakarizan from Turkey.
Please allow me to ask my question in German. Minister, it is a very big honor for us to again be able to listen to you today. The Russian attack on your country is or has shocked all of us, and the fact that the West is showing its unity is extraordinary and at this point in time is remarkable, and this should be stressed. Russia should never again be successful with this attack and the terrible attacks against your people. NATO and the European Union are cooperating. This is working quite successfully, and we're happy that Sweden and Finland undertook the historic step to make the effort of being admitted to NATO. I can assure you that in Germany we're doing everything possible to ratify this as quickly as possible, and I assume that all NATO partners will put their doubts aside so that this historic step can be supported as quickly as possible. In Germany, we are indeed having discussions. We've done a lot for Germany. This does constitute a challenge. We are confronted with some problems, but I can tell you on behalf of my colleagues that we will do everything that is necessary to support Ukraine in fending off this attack. My question to you, Mr. Minister, you haven't said anything about the resistance in the occupied territories. Maybe you can go a little bit more into detail. What's the current state of affairs in the occupied territories? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, I would like to also congratulate you and the Ukrainian people for your brave defense against Russia's unjust attack. And Russia bears the sole legal and moral responsibility of this unprovoked and unjust war. It cannot be allowed to win. That's why we're all helping your country. My question would be about a point that you touched upon. I would like you to elaborate it. You know, there is also, I mean, as a consequence of what's going on there in your part of the country, in the world. Now, there is this problems about export of grain, related food products from Ukraine. So there are discussions whether this should be done by having a deal with Russia or not, and there's also a UN plan to enable export of grain and related food products from Ukraine via ports on the Black Sea. What is your, could you elaborate your views on whether, how should it be settled without bargaining with Russia? Is there any way to do this? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. To your first question about the occupied territories, we're sending the signals to our people who still stay in the occupied territories that Ukraine has never forgotten about them. We're also paying them the pensions continuously to those individuals in the occupied areas. We pay salaries to all those who work in public service or social services. So we transfer them the money and they're getting it. We are continuously working for them to have access to our television as well as international TV channels. And we promise them that those territories will be liberated as soon as possible. That's why we're not losing any connection with those people. Those are our people, and without the people, the territories mean nothing. Again, as for another question about the Black Sea port blockade and inability to export Ukraine's grain and oil, sunflower oil, corn, and seeds to the number of countries internationally. You need to understand that dozens of millions of people in Africa and Asia may be suffering from hunger these days. They have been supplied by Ukraine because we have the biggest yields of sunflower, corn, and wheat. Unblocking Ukraine's seaports is very much possible if there is a joint mission by the countries with navy, like the United Kingdom, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and other countries, including NATO allied nations, like I said. And that's very realistic, because the freedom of navigation can never be destroyed. The Black Sea is an important corridor, so to say. So the northern part of the Black Sea, these are our waters. This is our basin. We can get the support from the NATO vessels that will be guarding those cargo ships. So the issue of unblocking the Odessa and other city ports is the global matter these days. This can also be a humanitarian United Nations mission, because there have already been precedents when the United Nations were helping support these humanitarian missions, and there used to be the cases when such cargo vessels were guarded by French, British, and other Navy ships. Though those cargoes can travel through Bosphorus and all the way to the countries of destination. That's a very realistic plan, in spite of any kind of bargaining from the Russian Federation, because they are trying to actually have some of the sanctions lifted in exchange of unblocking the Black Sea ports.
We now have Kevan Jones from the United Kingdom, and then Dr. Mike Turner, Congressman from the United States.
Thank you, Chair. And can I say thank you, Minister, for your inspiring and moving contribution. In all our countries, there's a debate about what we can do. You laid out very eloquently in your presentation the need to continue with the course that are set. We as politicians also have to speak to our electorate. What is the single message, do you think, that we can send, not talking amongst politicians, but talking to ordinary people in our various countries, in terms of ensuring that the longer this conflict goes on, public opinion doesn't wane and you're forgotten about?
Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To our Minister, your country has been inspiring the world. Many of us from the U.S. delegation have traveled to our NATO partner countries who have been part of the logistics in ensuring that U.S. and other allies' weapons get to you. And we've been very impressed with, of course, Ukraine's ability to distribute those weapons and utilize those weapons. We've been less impressed with the humanitarian aid processes through the United Nations, and we know we're trying to make some changes in those logistics, so we're dealing directly between your allied nations and Ukraine. I'd like to understand your view of how those two logistics are occurring, both weapons and humanitarian aid. And then also, on the United States side, we have been trying to be more liberal and real-time in the sharing of intelligence information. I'd like to know your perspective on how effective the intelligence is that you're receiving in aiding your response to the conflict. Thank you.
Minister.
I thank you so much for these questions. Well, to the first point regarding the key message that I, taking advantage of this opportunity, would like to send to your peoples. I believe there can be several important messages here. Number one, earlier on, we had never been receiving a lot of support militarily because nobody would believe that Ukraine is capable enough to resist Russia, the second largest army in the world, as it had been called in the past. All the respected countries, many, if not all, were convinced that Kiev will fall within 3 days. And when Russians attacked Kiev in the first days, they were carrying their parade outfit because they thought they would be marching in the center of Kiev after 3 days. They were convinced our president would flee together with the government and will move somewhere to London or somewhere else, and there'll be just a small partisan war or somewhere inside of the country. But that never happened. The world has seen that we can deter and resist the Russian armed forces, and doing it quite successfully. When I said about 30,000 dead Russian soldiers, if you multiply it by 3, you're going to get the number of injured. Just imagine the scale. So I would please ask you to send this message. Please trust Ukraine, believe in the Ukrainian people and our armed forces, and keep supporting us. We want to actually avoid any kind of fatigue, because people's mindset is just tuned that way that a person cannot be stressed for continuous time. Of course, we're all tired of the pandemic, and now at the end of the day, we're facing the war. But we would like to do everything possible to not lose the sight. Can you imagine what the residents of Mariupol, people of occupied Kherson, feel right now? Their liberation can only be handled and can only happen with your support and with weaponry, political support, and humanitarian. The biblical story about David and Goliath, and similarly like David did, Ukraine will defeat Russia and will prevail. I'm so much grateful to all the governments of all our partners. The United States has been providing unprecedented support in terms of money and weaponry. Governments of the United Kingdom and all the EU member states. When we're coming back to the logistics, again, it is organized at highest level possible, thanks to the efforts of the United Kingdom, Poland, Romania, Czech Republic, Slovakia. Those are the countries that have been helping us a lot. The Baltic states are involved in training our troops. Logistically, we have virtually no issues, and that's very good news. It's very well organized. We're so much grateful to the intelligence services of so many different nations, because we apply their data and information to make actually informed logistical, political, and military decisions. Some of the successful operations that you've heard of could only be possible thanks to this online interaction with the intelligence communities from your countries. So I am convinced that with a joint effort only we can do that. And I encourage your countries to continue to be partners in this victory, in defeating the tyranny and those perpetrators that are trying to destroy the entire civilized world.
Host from Canada and Michel Delpom from France. Pierre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que notre invité a la traduction? Je vous remercie pour votre.
I would like to thank you for what you've said today. We are in awe. Faced with your resilience. I would like to ask you a question on cybersecurity. This was Canada, and France will come later. So I just wanted to know if you do get a translation. Okay, very good. So I'm from Canada. At the Canadian level, even we are far from Europe, the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada represent 1.3 million Canadian citizens. Canada has contributed to the fire operation. We trained for many years Ukrainian troops. And my question is, has this had any assistance on the direct assistance on the defense capacity of Ukraine? In Canada, we also sent all the resources we had left in terms of ammunitions and tanks, and I would like to know what could be the further participation of Canada, and if we can buy more weapons. Is there anything else that we can do to help Ukraine? Thank you, Mr. Minister. I was saying that we are in awe after listening to you and in front of your resistance. Well, my question concerns cybersecurity. Indeed, this conflict has shown the problems of disinformation, and Vladimir Putin's regime has reached the highest point in the index of cyber insecurity. What can you tell us in this field, which would concern France, but also the other members of NATO? Thank you.
So, can I start answering, Mr. Chairman?
Please, Minister.
Well, regarding the question from the Canadian side, I'm so much grateful to the people of Canada. My greatest friend, Anita Anand, Defense Minister of Canada, we have been regularly talking together, and this is a direct minister-to-minister dialogue. I'm so much grateful to the Canadian-Ukrainian community. And we've had a very strong unifier training project when Canadian instructors had been training our troops even before the Russian invasion happened. And I want to remind you that the war started back in 2014 when the Crimea was occupied and some parts of the Luhansk and Donetsk regions. So we've been continuously enjoying support from Canada. And like I said, our needs currently are stronger artillery, MLRS, tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft. Those are the key things, plus the UIVs. These are the most important things for reconnaissance. We're getting a lot of and very serious support from Canada. Anita, Madam Minister, is clearly aware of our needs. A lot has been done already, but right now speed is important. So we are very much interested in receiving, apart from artillery, we need the infantry fighting vehicles. That's something that we need. We need the reserve brigades to be ready to counter attack, for the counter offensive, to deblock and liberate Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and other regions that are currently being besieged. Regarding cyber, I absolutely agree with a colleague of mine from France. It was so great that just on the eve of the invasion, a decision had been made by NATO allies to let Ukraine join the cyber security center in Tallinn, Estonia. For a lot of time, the Hungarian government had been blocking that decision, but then the veto was actually lifted and our experts have joined the center. So now we have very good exchange of our expertise in cybersecurity tools and how to engage them. And now there is a bill on Ukraine to establish cyber forces. We're now thinking about the right name for it, but those will be cyber forces in Ukraine established very soon. In the nearest future, the parliament will endorse the decision, and there is already the presidential decree about this. That is very much demanded. Right now, there is warfare going on between two conventional armies, and that's the first major war in the last 80 years, when all the arms of services are engaged, and cyber threats and the use of the cutting-edge technologies are being tested in the battlefield. So any kind of equipment that you're supporting us with, they undergo combat testing, and your manufacturers can now see how their produce actually works in the battlefield. And that's a very good indication of how you can engage in how effective and how well performing your equipment is, including cyber.
To take the last three questions, we got General Fernando Gutierrez from Spain, Mr. Marion from Moldova, and Joe Wilson from the US. General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Spanish, does hear translation? All right. Okay, utilizaré español.
I will speak Spanish. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your presentation, for the time that you have dedicated to us, and thank you to the Ukrainian people for their heroic resistance, which is the first line of defense of our world, of our entire world. It has taken us time to recognize that this was going to happen. And now we are starting to understand this, and we see that the only solution to this conflict started by Russia is the full victory of the Ukrainian army and the full defeat of the Russian army, and to return to the original borders of Ukraine in all terms. You said at the beginning that Donetsk and Luhansk are at the moment registering a large number of deaths, over 100 a day, and 500 soldiers wounded per day. You say that there are logistics in order to give them health and to care for their injuries. What kind of support are you receiving, especially for your wounded soldiers, but also for civilians? Thank you very much, and a warm greeting.
Marian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Radu Marian, Member of Parliament from Moldova. Obviously, everybody would agree that Ukraine is now fighting for the whole Europe, for the preserving the international order. But Ukraine is also fighting for Moldova because we are right next to the war, and we really admire your courage. I mean, we are hearing rockets when they were hitting Odessa, and it is absolutely horrifying to see that. I still can't believe that in the 21st century we have a war that is waged for imperialistic reasons by Putin. Obviously, Moldova is doing everything that it can as a small country to help Ukraine by taking care of a huge number of refugees. 90,000 refugees are still living in Moldova. It's the highest number of refugees per capita. We're sending humanitarian aid. We are sending the mining specialists to the liberated zones. My question is very simple, just to everybody to understand the sheer costs of this war for Ukraine, how much it actually costs per day to fight this war. Just to everybody to understand the sacrifice that you are taking. Again, thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Joe.
Mr. Minister, it's such an honor to be with you, and the people of Ukraine and yourself and President Zelensky are such an inspiration to people across the world. I'm particularly grateful the Ukrainian American community of South Carolina gets to work with the Canadian Ukrainian community. It's just total unity and support. And then, ironically, Putin has actually unified Republicans and Democrats, and legislation recently Mr. Biden signed which provides for Lend-Lease. It went through the House of Representatives, 100% in the Senate, and 97% in the U.S. House, which is unheard of. But it provides for Lend-Lease to expedite military equipment to Ukraine, but also expedites military equipment to your neighbors, and so that they can provide equipment and then have immediate backfill. And the real irony of this is Lend-Lease was what was so successful to defend Leningrad, which was so successful to stop Hitler on the invasion of Soviet Union. And now Lend-Lease can be used to stop, again, as our friends in Moldova pointed out, imperialism that we never anticipated in the 21st century. And I'm also grateful that Moldova and Georgia can be included in what we're providing, but we want to expedite to you as quickly as possible and encourage all of our allies for Lend-Lease. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you so much for your questions. I would like to thank our Spanish colleagues. Indeed, we received support from the government of Spain, and we received the whole ship. We received armored vehicles. Our troops were trained. So thanks very much for the support from Spain. I would like to say that we are getting the treatment support virtually from every single country. This can be, I would mention Lithuania, Poland, Latvia, Germany. All are offering their support, and we're sending our injured people for rehabilitation or for very complicated surgery, including prosthesis. We're getting support from the field hospitals that are deployed, and they are providing medical aid next to the front line. A lot of the injured, both military and civilians, we have a lot of them. And our colleague from Moldova has rightly mentioned that Putin and his armed forces are shelling and striking a civilian population that Moldova people can hear when they're doing it on Odessa. They are bombing hospitals, schools, theaters, daycare facilities. We've lost more than 300 children and babies until now, and I'm sure this figure is much greater. We're not yet sure how many civilians died in Mariupol, because it's not under government control. According to the local administration, those are dozens of thousands of people. And Russians even brought their field crematoriums to burn those dead bodies down so that nobody ever knows about how many dead bodies there were. So I also believe, like our Moldovan colleague, that Kremlin will continue to be bombing the Ukrainian cities. In all my interviews, I've been talking about this, and even in the Munich Security Conference a week before the invasion, I had been in a delegation with Volodymyr Zelensky, our president, and I had an honor to meet Vice President of the United States. And I personally said to the Vice President, I do not believe Putin would bomb our cities. I think he just waits that he will be welcomed with flowers in the streets by the Ukrainians. But I was wrong. I have to confess this. I could not even imagine the cynical atrocities that they have been lodging on Ukraine. I cannot even imagine what Putin had in his mind. But look at Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, who recognize Russia as a state supporting terrorism. That's probably another way to do that. Russia has to be recognized as a state supporting terrorism. How much money Ukraine is spending, for instance? I'm going to tell you of three figures. Monthly, our budget is $5 billion short monthly. So that's why we're asking for the support, to be able to pay pensions, the wages, and also do the necessary spending, because we are under-receiving the revenues at $5 billion. Our farmers cannot do their jobs because the fields are mined. According to our ministry's assessment, in terms of bridges, roads, we already lost 100 billion euros in damaged infrastructure. Our economic institute has estimated the overall losses of the Ukraine's economy in the last 3 months. It's 600 billion euros. These are the losses of the Ukraine's economy altogether, reportedly. And we're only estimating that in the government-controlled areas and territories. Right now, 167 communities are occupied. 132 communities in Ukraine are seeing combat. So, of course, we cannot make a proper estimate what the damages there are. But let us imagine for a second how many areas, how many square kilometers and miles have been mined, how many unexploded ordnances there are in those areas. So the issue of humanitarian demining and mine cleansing, it will be relevant in the next 10 to 20 years. And this is again about budget spending, because the land that is mined cannot be farmed, etc. So let us just imagine the scale And all that could be avoided, dear colleagues, dear members of parliaments, had there been stricter position of the different nations against Russia and against its potential aggression. And now we have this negative aftermath for the entire world, including the migration crisis, including famine that is highly possible unless Ukrainian commodities, agriculture commodities, are exported. So we're facing the new reality. And once again, I think the issue of the new security architecture is very high on our agenda, and not only that is important for Europe, but also for the whole world. I think we need to make a pragmatic decision in the NATO summit in Madrid when we approve the next 10-year strategy. It must be very strong, very comprehensive for all the allies. And in the end, I'd like to thank the United States once again for Lend-Lease, because this is a very good analogy with World War II. And I would allow myself to add another one here. Winston Churchill had convinced then the Allies to open the second front and actually finally convinced the United States to provide the Lend-Lease for the anti-Hitler coalition. And now President Zelensky, like Churchill did, tries to make everything possible to build a strong anti-Putin coalition. And the Ramstein conference, thanks to Lloyd Austin's Secretary of Defense of the United States support, and the support from other defense ministers, has been the beginning for the anti-Putin coalition that will definitely prevail. And I want to extend my sincere words of gratitude so many times. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the time you've given us today. I hope you get the message that the Parliamentary Assembly and the Allies stand fully behind Ukraine, and will do everything in our power to support you to be victorious in this war. It remains for me to say, Slavia Ukrainia. Dear colleagues, please remain. We are now going to go live to a Ukrainian MP who is on the front line, Mariana Bejula.
Hello.
Hello, Mariana. I think she is.
Yes, I'm here. You see, our situation is a war.
Go ahead, Mariana.
So maybe you even hear it was shall now. Okay. My name is Mariana Bezogla. I'm MP. I'm the representative of National Security, Defense and Intelligence Committee of Ukrainian Parliament, and representative of this committee on front line now. Actually, the suggestion. Sorry, I have only my phone here. The suggestion is I will turn off video and will update you with the situation on frontline. We prepared some kind of English declassified information, and then if you have questions, I will be happy to answer. So what you hear now, it was very suddenly. Actually, it's one of the artillery shelling in Donbas region. I cannot say exactly where am I, but we have this this massive invasion and attempts from Russian Federation, and now I will say about this more precisely. Give me several seconds.
Okay.
Today is 95th day of large-scale aggression of Kremlin against Ukraine. High priority task of the enemy is to surround and eliminate joint forces operation, establish control over Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson regions, and provide persistence on land corridor with occupied Crimea. At the same time, it is important for aggressor to provide the persistence of land corridor from Rostov region to the Crimea with blockade of maritime communication of Ukraine in northwestern part of the Black Sea. You see the operational environment when the enemy is intensively firing at position of our troops and is trying to provide assault actions along the whole line of contact in Lugansk and Donetsk regions. It's eastern part of Ukraine, and it's principally regions for the enemy, but we need to remember that the task is over all the Ukraine. So they just concentrate their efforts on these regions, but but they also using attack for Kharkiv region and the south of Ukraine. The situation remains complicated due to the threat of surrounding of our troops. Aggressor focused his efforts on the advance towards Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, Bakhmut, and Marinka. Ladies and gentlemen, it's some kind of route of life, which is about from Lugansk region to the Donetsk region, and now they are trying. You can hear it's additional shelling, so they are trying to block this way of this road of life, and to establish to make the whole control on Lugansk region. And occupants reinforce their grouping on Severodonetsk direction. They are trying to surround one of the town. It's called Severodonetsk, to surround it fully and to block and to conquer. And then they started to a massive shelling of second part of this agglomeration. It's the second town calling Lysychansk. It's some kind of the main now town in Lugansk region, which is controlled by Ukraine. So knowing that they cannot take it, they started to shell it. And we have this shelling. We have everyday victims from among civilians. And as the Minister of Defense said, that they are shelling civilian infrastructure. For just even near me yesterday, for example, died 25, as far as I remember, 25 years old girl. She died because of shelling from the were mines. But so, and all that efforts, it's like the outcome of lessons learning, because trying to conquer Ukraine, to cancel Ukraine in several days, they could not, and they came to the effort to concentrate on certain regions step by step, keeping attention to another regions, and keeping attention and keeping in mind that the goal is the next regions. But ladies and gentlemen, even such short update, I will not go deep, and I will answer your questions if you have. It's not about the Ukraine and about Ukraine, and you fully understand this. Those countries that, due to different reasons, cannot understand this will suffer in the overall history, because now it's the moment of those all efforts which were during 100 years of our European history, and those orders that we made suffered from two wars. this order is being challenged. And it's so obvious that that challenge that you hear, it's like a sign how this order is being broken every moment of time. And as Minister said, those that sanctions or heavy weapons are not delivered in time. This is direct cause of thousands of victims and thousands of problems for the overall European security. That's why I'm just sorry, it's a rocket attention, and I should go to the underground. I'm sorry, I will not have a connection. So,
Marianne, thank you very much, and we applaud you. Marianne, Minister, thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you realise that the entire Assembly stands fully behind you. Thank you. Rick, right, we move on. Rick Larson from the US is going to give the draft special report on Ukraine's fight for freedom and allied and global responses to Russia's war. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say, after those two reports from the Defense Minister and from our colleague Mariana, my report might seem a little weak, a little third place perhaps, but I hope it meets at least the draft meets the needs of the NATO PA. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And dear colleagues, I am very happy that we can meet in person in the beautiful city of Vilnius. Of course, we were all looking forward to going to Kyiv. And I very much look forward to the day when the Assembly can meet again in Kyiv, and hopefully in the not too distant future. I want to thank our Lithuanian hosts for organizing this session on such short notice as well, and for being loyal friends of Ukraine. As we might say in the United States, you are punching way above your weight in support of Ukraine. I'm also glad to be joined here by some of our Ukrainian friends today. Laskavo prosimo, a very warm welcome to you. Let me assure you that the NATO PA will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people and for an independent and sovereign Ukraine, no matter how long it takes. Colleagues, it's a privilege and enormous responsibility to serve as your special rapporteur on Ukraine and its struggle for freedom. Ukraine stands on the front line of the free world. Putin's unprovoked and unjust war is not only an assault on Ukraine, but on the entire free world. Putin's aggression is challenging the core principles of the international rules-based system, including the sovereign right of any nation to choose its path and its alliances. In the words of the late U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, Ukraine is entitled to these principles no matter who its neighbors happen to be. If Putin is not stopped, if he does not face the consequences of what he did, if he does not face a united NATO, there will be devastating effects for Ukraine and NATO itself. The illegal invasion is also testing the hard-won peace and the global security architecture we have all built and supported since the end of the Second World War. In this draft report presented to you, I document the genesis and the evolution of the war. I discuss the initial lessons learned from the military perspective, and I offer some ideas on how NATO PA and your parliaments can enhance all of our assistance to Ukraine and how allies should adapt NATO to this new era. Since the situation in Ukraine is rapidly changing, parts of the report are already outdated. For instance, predictions that Russia's strategic regrouping and concentration on the Donbass would lead to large-scale maneuver warfare in southeast Ukraine have not fully materialized due to the bravery of Ukrainian soldiers and new military hardware they are receiving from NATO members and others. I will not go into the details of assessing the performance of the Russian and Ukrainian forces or the potential future scenarios of the war. Our able guest speaker, Michael Kaufman, will do that later this afternoon. So let me just go straight to the main conclusions of the report. First, NATO must step up the urgently needed security aid and enhance the deliveries of the most critical weapon systems, including anti-aircraft, artillery, ammunition, anti-missile, and anti-ship systems. This effort needs to be a sustained effort, pledged by dozens of countries. Let me rephrase that. This effort needs to be a sustained effort, and in this regard, I applaud the additional military assistance pledged by dozens of countries at the April meeting of the new Ukraine Contact Group, a meeting held at Ramstein Air Base. My own country, the United States, is also doing its part to support this young democracy. As you know, the U.S. Congress recently passed a new $40 billion aid package for Ukraine, and the Biden administration is now putting that money to work for the Ukrainian people. Second, we need a Marshall Plan to rebuild Ukraine after the war. As Russia's initial assault failed, Russia decided to launch a horrific war of attrition, shelling population centers, hospitals, maternity wards, schools, and other civilian areas, killing innocent civilians along the way. There will be a long rebuilding effort. We must think long-term and make sure that Ukraine has what it needs in terms of financial, economic, and other material support. And we should consider using frozen Russian assets to help fund those efforts. Just as importantly, we should help Ukraine maintain the resilience of its democracy. Russia's brutal war in Ukraine is also an assault on our democratic principles, those principles that undergird our alliance. Another reminder of the importance of our proposed Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO. Third, NATO countries must end dependence on Russian hydrocarbon resources as soon as possible. Our significant assistance to Ukraine is, to a large degree, offset by the flood of money pouring into Putin's war coffers from oil and gas sales. This must stop. Fourth, NATO PA must do all it can to bring to justice those responsible for this unprovoked war of aggression and for the suffering forced upon the Ukrainian people. NATO needs to hold all those who committed unspeakable crimes on Ukrainian soil accountable for their actions and support the investigations launched by relevant international organizations. The establishment of a special tribunal should be seriously considered as well. Fifth, NATO PA must seize the momentum, capitalizing on the exceptional unity of our alliance, and take decisive steps to strengthen our defense and deterrence posture. We must continue to bolster NATO's presence along its eastern flank and ensure sustained and robust contributions from all allies. While NATO is not a party to the war, it must send a firm and credible message to Moscow that the use of weapons of mass destruction would have devastating consequences for Russia. Finally, NATO PA needs to address the regional and global ramifications of this unprovoked war. A Russian victory would put the entire international political and security architecture in jeopardy. On the rhetorical level, Beijing has been siding with Russia and blaming the US and NATO for the war. At the same time, though, China has not yet provided significant support to Russia and has signaled a readiness to serve as mediator. Now, while China itself is challenging the current global order, Beijing has a stake in global stability. It is still not too late for China to demonstrate that it can be a more responsible global actor with whom a constructive dialogue could be possible. And I hope that leaders in Beijing will consider that we in the West do not stand alone in our condemnation of the Russian invasion. In the UN Assembly, 141 countries, including many Indo-Pacific countries, supported the resolution condemning Russia's unjustified war of aggression, and only 4 countries voted with Russia. In conclusion, dear colleagues, there is no going back to February 23rd. The international security order, the Euro-Atlantic security architecture, NATO, as well as Ukraine, will be fundamentally challenged by this war and its outcome. Once the war is over, there will be many fundamental questions to be answered, including how the UN can continue acting as the only truly global institution when Putin's Russia has a permanent seat at its Security Council with veto rights. But right now, our thoughts should be about helping Ukraine to prevail in this war. This war can only end with the Ukraine as an independent and sovereign country, controlling its own internationally recognized borders and able to select its own leaders and its own future. Ukraine is part of the family of democratic nations, and I call upon everyone to stand behind the people of Ukraine and call upon us to stand as a united NATO. And I want to thank specifically today the staff for assistance in developing this report, including Ethan Corbin, who's up here on the stage with us, Connor Sweat and Terry Mickens, who work for me in Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and your attention. I look forward to receiving your comments and suggestions and to answering your questions on this very important topic. Slava Ukraini.
Thanks, Rick. We've got a couple of questions in place. If I could just kick off first of all, we recognise the huge implications of getting the grain out of Ukraine. It's not just the 20 billion tonnes of grain that is currently being stored, it's next year's crop of billions of tonnes as well, and I think we should recognise the double whammy of losing 2 years. The world response is one of how do we escort that grain out? The question I throw out there to the delegation as much as yourself, Rick, is the joint expeditionary force that has been successful in the Baltic, formed in 2014, which includes nations that aren't part of NATO and is not seen as a NATO operation. Is that a model that we can use for naval-capable countries, along with the Egyptians who have said that they would help out, to actually form this task force and start to get that grain out within the next month at most as a humanitarian exercise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. The rapporteur is not yet prepared to answer the question fully, but certainly I'll take that back and we'll take a look at it as we prepare the final report for this fall.
Thank you. We've got Mike Turner from the US, Mr. Fisher from Canada.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. To our rapporteur, thank you for the excellent report. I greatly appreciated and the provision that you spoke of about if Russia should use weapons of mass destruction, that there being significant consequences to them. I think it's an issue that we need to underscore more because we've not seen that, but it has continued to be a threat by Russia. I know each of our nations have tried to, on its statements in support for Ukraine, make that point, but I really appreciated that you had included that because the danger remains. And as it remains, there needs to be an understanding by Russia that not only would it be obviously devastating for them to do so, but it would be devastating to them. So I greatly appreciated that you had included that. It doesn't often get discussed these days as we're going into the 90th plus days of this, but it still remains a risk, and I think it needs to be underscored. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the rapporteur, thank you very much for this report. You spoke about freezing frozen assets to help rebuild Ukraine. I wish I could say that Canada had a really good handle on where those assets were and who has those in hand. I understand France is kind of leading the world in that. Do we have an idea of what types of numbers within NATO nations have frozen assets in either dollars and euros, and who besides France is doing a bang-up job on frozen assets? I know we have it in legislation in Canada to be able to do that, but I don't know if we've got the numbers down pat. Thank you.
So first for Mike Turner, thanks for making that point. I do think it's partly an impatience on my part that the Russian president gets to make these wild threats about his weapons of mass destruction, and so we have to treat it delicately. But we also need to make clear that there are a lot of lines, red lines that exist in this war, and as NATO and NATO PA needs to, I think, begin outlining what some of those red lines are for us as well. Again, understanding it's a delicate issue for many of us. To Mr. Fisher from Canada on the frozen assets, part of the U.S.'s $40 billion includes continued funding for Treasury, for our Department of Treasury and our Department of Justice to continue to do some of this work to find those frozen assets. Obviously, more countries, I think, are more capable than others just by virtue of their investments and the investments they've made as a country in order to do this kind of work. You mentioned France. The U.S. certainly has a lot of capability in that regard as well. I don't have a handle on the how much is out there, but I don't think anyone does because they've done such a good job of hiding those assets well before the invasion, even in 2014. So we have some work to do, but we need to make the point that we will be going after those assets.
Lord Campbell and then Bob Stewart from the UK.
Thank you very much for this report. I just wanted to raise with you the issue of what's sometimes called compassion fatigue. That is to say that in the immediate aftermath of events such as those we are discussing, there is support, but over a period of time that support becomes eroded as other challenges arise. And we see it to some extent already in newspapers in the United Kingdom, whereas every one of the so-called broadsheets would carry pages 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the issue of Ukraine. Other issues present themselves, and we find Ukraine on pages 4, 5, and 6 rather than 1, 2, and 3. And I think it's very important to make the point that we are in this for the long term, for the long haul. And you know, the famous dictum with regard to the First World War was, "We'll all be home by Christmas." Forgive my slight profanity. Sure as hell, we're not being home by Christmas when it comes to this issue. And in response, if I may, to my very good friend about nuclear, he can take some courage, if I may suggest it, from the role of James Baker, who was the Secretary of State for the United States on the occasion of the first Gulf War against Saddam Hussein. And a man called Tariq Aziz was the so-called Prime Minister, and it was with him that James Baker was negotiating. It was believed with justification that Saddam Hussein had chemical weapons. James Baker said, if you use chemical weapons, the response will be prodigious, and left us at that. A bit of constructive ambiguity might do us very well if this nuclear issue gets raised again.
Bob.
Thank you so much, Rick, for your report. We all fully back the idea that the Donbass and the Crimea require to be retaken by Ukraine. And obviously it's a war ambition of Ukraine itself. But I venture to suggest that taking back the Ukraine, I can't see how you're going to do that, how we're going to do that, how Ukraine's going to do that, when the Russian Black Sea Fleet's there. Although people are Ukrainian there, they are predominantly Russian-speaking. Doesn't mean they're Russian, but they did actually have some sort of plebiscite on going to Russia. And I just cannot see how we would do that. It is a really big deal. The only way we could do it properly would be if the Russians were to give it up. Can't see a military campaign to take back the Crimea put in by Ukraine itself. It's more likely in the Donbass, but not in the Crimea. Big problem that, because Ukraine are determined to reclaim all their territory, and I can't see the Russians ever giving up their Black Sea Fleet base.
First, to Lord Campbell, thank you for your comments, especially with regards to compassion fatigue. One of the underlying purposes of this report is to make the point to NATO PA that this is not something that this is done in 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, maybe not even 2 years. But we need to commit now as individual parliamentarians in our own parliaments and communicate to the folks that the people we represent, that this is a long-term commitment and we need to be willing to make that. And that we can't wait until there's compassion fatigue to make that argument to our electorates so that we can continue to support Ukraine. We need to start now. And the outline of the conclusions provide some suggestions about what we can tell our constituents. With regards to Bob Stewart, whom I respect, but the purpose of my report is not to really care about what Russia thinks. It's to care about what Ukraine thinks and about what NATO ought to be thinking. And I think it's first and foremost that our end goal should be an independent, sovereign Ukraine, a Ukraine that controls the borders that existed before 2014, and Ukraine that selects its own leaders and its own future. And again, I don't really care what Russia thinks. That's the rapporteur's personal view. Thank you.
Fernando Gutierrez and then Neil Dunn.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this report. It's a very exhaustive report. It's very pertinent. Before this crisis, there were those who said that NATO was dead, brain dead. And I'm not pointing a finger at anyone, because the 2010 strategic concept spoke about a future of peace and stability in Europe. And this would mean basically that NATO would no longer have a raison d'etre. But today we're faced with a different situation. And we may have to reconsider the realities, the United Nations, and especially the Security Council. A country of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council with the veto right is now the first threat to the stability of the world as we know it today. So we're talking about revising, and you talked about this yourself. You talked about revising the structure and the potentials of the Security Council after this crisis. Now, I don't really know how this could be brought about, or does this mean that we need to give more power to the General Assembly? If the Security Council could see reduced powers? I don't exactly know, but I'd like to ask you if you have any ideas, any options for the future organization of the Security Council in the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Rapporteur, for a great report and a call to arms, if you will, as a legislative call to arms, which is what we are, right? And I'd love to associate myself with the remarks from a gentleman from Spain as well. I think that it is time for structural reform. When I was a young officer, we had over 200,000 active duty military in Europe facing Russia. Now we have a much smaller contingent in Eastern Europe on our Eastern Front. Do you have an estimate for what kind of presence NATO ought to establish in terms of active duty military on the Eastern Front? Because it certainly has shrunk a great deal since I was a young officer. And again, thank you very much for those remarks, and I thank the gentleman from Spain.
Thank you. First, from a colleague from Spain, thank you for your question. I think what I'm trying to do in the report is to recognize that this debate is starting. It is starting to happen. That having a country with veto rights over its over the clear criticisms and challenges that it itself is creating seems backwards in 2022. And so more than outlining how to reform it, I'm merely trying to recognize that the debate has started, and we should continue that debate. With regards to my colleague from the U.S., I don't have a number for you, Neil, but if you want to sign up again, I'm sure we'd be happy to send you.
Rick, thank you very much indeed. I don't see any other questions. We are going to jump ahead on the agenda slightly because we still have 20 minutes. But Rick, thank you very much, and we look forward to the report forming. Thank you.
Very much.
Right, where is it?
You just moved to the GSP 2020. It's at the very last.
Colleagues, where are we? Right. Just moving to committee and subcommittee activities for 2022. As chair of the Defence and Security Committee, I think I can speak for us all when I say what a pleasure it is to be back to our regular schedule after 2 years of pandemic and travel restrictions. I don't think any of us are keen to go back to Zoom meetings, and the strength of what we can achieve when we're all together greatly outweighs virtual meetings. Last month, the DSC conducted its annual visit to the United States, where our delegation visited both Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, and Washington, D.C. In Texas, we visited Lockheed Martin and Bell Textron, leading defence industry companies with regards to military aviation and future systems. In Washington, D.C., the delegation exchanged with the federal government and academic institutions to get America's perspective on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Euro-Atlantic security. I will now give up the floor to Lord Campbell, who is chairperson of the
Andreas Lovedos first.
Oh, sorry, Andreas Lovedos first, who's the vice chairperson of the Defence Security Committee Future Capabilities, who will share the activities of the other subcommittee for the rest of the year. Andreas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alec. Dear colleagues, please allow me to first take a moment to thank our Latvian and Estonian friends for an excellent visit to their respective countries from 10 to 13 May. Both nations' parliaments and their staff worked extremely hard to ensure our delegation was well received, and their efforts were very much appreciated. If you were unable to join the delegation for this visit, a summary report of the visit will be made available by our committee director in the near future. A delegation from the Subcommittee on Future Security and Defence Capabilities will visit Tbilisi, Georgia, from 28 to 30 June. The International Secretariat is working with our Georgian colleagues to put together a program that will be shared with you shortly. The visit will focus on the security situation in the Caucasus and Black Sea regions, as well as the NATO-Georgia partnership, among other important subjects. This visit is also open to members of the Georgia-NATO Interparliamentary Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Lord Campbell will now update us on the Defence Security Committee, Transatlantic Committee, and he'll provide us an activity on the activities for the subcommittee in 2022.
The administration has come to my rescue, not for the first time. The Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defence and Security Cooperation, known as DSCTC, has 2 upcoming visits scheduled for September of this year. The first visit will be conducted jointly with the CDS Subcommittee on Resilience and Civil Security from 12 to 16 September in Denmark and Greenland. The visit will allow us to see at first hand how climate change is affecting the Arctic region, the High North, as well as some of the security challenges and at the same time, possibilities for cooperation in the High North, an area of increasing geostrategic importance, and one, of course, in which both Russia and China have expressed very considerable interest. Then the committee will also visit Germany from the 26th to 29th of September to engage with government officials and representatives of the German defence industry. Our chairman referred to the Defence Committee's visit to both an aircraft manufacturer and a helicopter manufacturer, and the value that that provided to us all who were on that visit to understand the importance of the defence industry in the fulfilment of NATO's objectives. Our German colleagues have, start again. Germany, as we all know, has pledged a significant change in its defence investment policies as a result of Russia's war in Ukraine. And our committee will be very interested to learn about this, how this will be implemented over the coming years. Remember that the 2% is, of course, supposed to be modified by 20% of the 2% being spent on development. And I think it would be quite an enticing prospect to consider how Germany, with its long history of engineering, would be able to use 20% of its increased budget with regard to development. And finally, in regard to that, the International Secretariat is also working with the German delegation to put together a program that will underline the important and significant changing nature of Germany's foreign and security policy at this critical juncture. I much look forward to both of these visits.
Thank you, Lord Campbell. We are now going to break for lunch. We will reconvene at 2:30, where I will deliver Cedric Perrin's draft report on the implications of Allied collective defence and imperatives for the new strategic concept. At 3 o'clock, we have Michael Kaufman, who's the Director of Russian Studies at the Centre for Naval Analysis, so I hope all colleagues can certainly be back for Michael's presentation. See you at 2:30. Thank you.
Where's the message?
Please take your seats. We'd like to start the meeting soon. Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. Nous aimerions bien démarrer la réunion bientôt. Merci.
Colleagues, welcome back for this afternoon's session. We have 3 more items to complete on the agenda. First of all, it falls to myself for this next session. Our Committee General Rapporteur, Cédric Perrin, is unable to be here for this meeting. He's had to remain in France to assist with party-related matters in the run-up to the French legislative elections. He noted it was with great regret he's unable to attend this very important session in person, but I'll do my best to try and report for him. He also passed along his sincere gratitude to our Lithuanian colleagues for hosting the session under such trying circumstances. Ačiū. That's thank you in Lithuanian. Now, on to our general report. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, implications for Allied collective defence and imperatives for the new strategic concept. Colleagues, a key reason Vladimir Putin gave at the outset of his ordered invasion of Ukraine was to keep Ukraine out of NATO and demonstrate the fragile nature of the alliance by sowing division and fear among allies. This, he thought, would weaken the alliance by not only keeping it at bay, but also demonstrating its lack of resolve and purpose for the 21st century. We have proven him dead wrong. His gross strategic miscalculation on all fronts is instead creating the alliance he fears the most. We are more united than ever in our common cause in support of Ukraine's right to self-defence, its right to choose its own strategic future. Our strong solidarity with Ukraine, despite the risks and costs associated with it, is a clear demonstration of why Ukrainians look west for their future, not the east. This report catalogues the military support allies rushed to Ukraine in the run-up to and, most significantly, since the outbreak of the war that shattered European peace. It also focuses on the rush of allied forces and material to increase allies' defence and deterrence posture along its eastern flank. As witnessed by the Defence and Security Committee during its most recent visit to Latvia and Estonia, this has been impressive. The Allies' enhanced forward presence multinational battalion outside of Riga, for example, has now doubled in size, stretching the capacity of the base itself to host the surge of forces and equipment Allies have sent to reassure our Baltic allies and show a determined stance to Putin's Russia. There are so many new forces from all over the alliance outside of Riga that the 800-strong Danish contingent is temporarily billeted in tents as new, more permanent lodgings are constructed. Putin's war in Ukraine has, however, forced allies to take an even firmer stance against the rise of an increasingly authoritarian and aggressive global great powers, as their actions in today's global interaction sphere can and do have serious resonating effects upon our collective interests here in the Euro-Atlantic. As the report makes clear, while Russia is an acute and immediate challenge to Euro-Atlantic security, it is not the only one allies must reckon with today. As NATO official statements have also made clear in recent years, however, is that China is moving from the periphery to the centre of Allies' agenda. It is a longer-term challenger for which Allies still do not have a clear policy. Allies have clearly expressed their concern China's stated ambition and assertive behaviour presents systematic challenges to the rules-based international order and to areas relevant to the alliance security. Russia and China's effects to recapitalise and significantly expand their strategic and, at least in Russia's case, tactical nuclear forces come at a time of eroding arms control architecture. According to Allied intelligence, Russia and China are also the most significant drivers of the advanced and persistent threat cyber attacks pose to allies at home.
Cyber channels are also the key means by which both Russia and China, as well as other competitors, seek to weaponize disinformation against Western allies. The challenge of grey zone hybrid tactics to undermine allied security, cohesion, and understanding of the challenges facing them is a growing concern, made all the more complex by the arrival of emerging and disruptive technologies from artificial intelligence to big data and computing to quantum-enabled technologies and beyond. Today's systematic competition is made more complex by these technologies across all sectors. They are the keys to future power, and allies must work to maintain their leading innovation edge in these fields. As is clear from our subcommittee report in the DSCTC, terrorism remains a rapidly evolving asymmetrical threat, occupying significant domestic intelligence, policing, and military resources. It remains a key evolving challenge for NATO as well. Finally, all of this is happening in a global climate that is changing rapidly. Allies are literally living in a different geosphere today due to climate change than we were when we put forward our last strategic concept in 2010. So we are indeed faced with a complex and dynamic array of challenges today, requiring significant resources and attention across all 5 domains. Colleagues, this report concludes by exhorting allies to seize upon the opportunity the new strategic concept presents to project renewed strength through an uncompromising commitment to the collective defence of their territories, populations, interests and values. This is the only way to handle such a complex security environment and maintain secured allied interests going forward. It lists 7 key recommendations. First, a recognition of the fundamental transformation of the European security environment after Russia's invasion of Ukraine and adapt its defence and deterrence posture to meet the challenge, confirming collective defence as the alliance's principal core task. Second, the need to adopt a forward defence approach to defend all Allied territory. Allies' currently tripwire deterrence posture is too small and requires reinforcements to battle back any advance. Such a posture is unacceptable in today's European security environment. Europe must boost efforts and provide the bulk of the forces required for this new posture. Third, defence investments must focus on creating a fundamentally new Allied military capability, projecting strength along the vectors of modern innovative military power. Fourth, China's rise as an economic, military and political superpower is defining long-term challenges for allies, requiring the strengthening of supply chains in critical areas such as defence industries and infrastructure supporting essential economic and social functions, and expanded cooperation with China's democratic neighbours. Fifth, resilience must be understood as a 4th core task of the alliance. Sixth, allies need to get serious about imposing meaningful penalties for cyber infractions driven by state-led or sponsored adversaries. Finally, 7th, NATO must work to make its global partnership network even stronger, encouraging it to project strength through working together and defence of Allied core values. Colleagues, the post-Cold War era is here. There is no going back to the status quo. We must work together to rise to meet the complexities of our age. Thank you very much for your time and attention. This is indeed an excellent report focused on a very important subject for the Alliance. Now, I'd like to invite you to make any comments and suggestions on the report, as well as pose any questions you may have. I am not the author of the report. I will not endeavour to answer them for Cedric. Instead, they will be noted by the committee director and brought to the attention of the rapporteur. Thank you very much, colleagues. So, do we have any questions to start off with? Everybody's come back from lunch and is having a snooze. Lord Hamilton from the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I think we've got to think about is that although you're quite right, it's not our job to second-guess what settlement the Ukrainians reach, but one day they will have to reach some sort of settlement with the Russians. And that is likely, in my view, to leave the Russians with a certain amount of the Ukraine which they will have captured. That means that giving security guarantees to the Ukraine after that are extremely problematic, because we will be in the same position as we were when the Donbass was occupied, that if we made them members of NATO or gave them guarantees that didn't include them being members of NATO, we would be in risk of being drawn into war with the Russians. But on the other hand, if we don't do something about security guarantees for the Ukraine, then there seems to me to be every possibility that in a number of years' time, the Russians will rebuild their armed forces and attack Ukraine for the third time. And that seems to me to be the dilemma. Perhaps we might like to raise it in this report.
Thank you, Lord Hamilton. I think I would add to that what I touched on earlier on, and I know other colleagues are exploring in this discussion. The Western nations who are supporting Ukraine are going to face a very important strategic and difficult decision within the next month. And that is, are we going to get the grain out of Ukraine? If we are going to do that, and as we mentioned earlier on, it's not just the 20 billion tons of grain that is currently being stored, which could well rot, it's also the billions of tons which is ready to be harvested in the next couple of months and would have nowhere to be stored. So we're talking tens of billions of tons of a key world staple that may just rot. And that will not only have a huge inflationary pressure on our economies, but it will lead to other poorer nations in the world literally starving. And there is a huge humanitarian question around what action we take. Now, I'm not suggesting that that is a NATO operation. I'm suggesting, as I know our colleague from Spain may well come in on, that we have to create a joint expeditionary force with an opt-in for those who want to take place, and including countries outside the alliance such as Egypt. But we have to be crystal clear what that means. That means we have to be prepared for naval warfare. It is highly likely that there will be Russian attacks on the port itself whilst trying to remove the goods. Highly likely that there will be severe harassment, if not firing, within the Black Sea, and it will take a huge amount of minesweeper capability to be able to deal with the Ukrainian sea mines that have been laid, let alone the more advanced Russian sea mines that might be laid. And therefore I would develop your question, Lord Hamilton, to say the test is now. The test of what we're going to do in the long run is now, because the decision our governments have to make is outside of a NATO operation. Are we going to do the humanitarian activity to get this grain out and get it to the world, and risk the fact that we will be in open warfare with Russian forces? Or are we going to sit back and say the risk is too great and we're going to let the world starve? And that is one of the key aspects and plays into what you said. Zayda, did you have a question? No?
Miguel Dalmau.
Miguel Dalmau from Spain.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. This is a good document. I think you mentioned that we're now faced with new challenges in this situation. And I would like to ask your opinion. Would it be consistent for this new strategic concept to look at other geographical areas, particular the region of Sahel and North Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. We will note those comments. I think we've had many discussions about the threat of China towards the alliance. We've seen that in many reports, which is obviously outside of the treaty zone, and that opens up America's risks on the Pacific side. But as a NATO ally, it have to be. So it's not just those regions. I think that we've noted those comments about looking at those particular regions, but obviously we are already in discussions about geographical areas which are way beyond the traditional fronts, if you will, of the NATO alliance. Neil Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a touchy subject, but we keep mentioning it and we don't address it. And that is, we talk about Russia has turned again to low-yield nuclear weapons, that is the ones that we are calling tactical as opposed to strategic. Is NATO willing to tackle the question of deployment and manufacture of our own tactical nuclear weapons? It's obviously a country-by-country thing, but deployment is not. I mean, you know, we're talking about tactical nukes on somebody else's soil.
I mean, we'll certainly bring those comments to the rapporteur. When we were in Washington, it was made crystal clear to us at the State Department that any explosion of any nuclear weapon will be seen as a nuclear attack, even if it's just a test demonstration in the Black Sea. The State Department was crystal clear on that position, that any explosion of a nuclear weapon will be seen as a nuclear attack. So we got Cheryl Glant from Canada and then Zayda Cantera from Spain. Cheryl.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. During his discussion with us, the Ukrainian Defense Minister said that he would like to see the new strategic concept say something about Ukraine being a sovereign country and about its boundaries. Has anyone passed that comment along to the drafters of what we are going to present to NATO headquarters, or has it been passed along to the Secretary General for the discussion in Spain?
Yeah, we'll certainly feed that to the rapporteur. What I can say is that the British Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister have stated on the floor of the House of Commons that they regard only when every single inch of Ukrainian territory is returned to its borders, including Crimea, will any negotiations on sanctions, etc., or any discussions on what's being supplied to Ukraine take place. So that's the British position and who will be at the table. But in terms of your overall comment, that will be fed to the rapporteur. Zayda.
Muchas gracias, Alec. Thank you, Alec. Well, it's just a comment, really. I'm sort of thinking out loud. The British colleague made a comment or talked about something which kind of makes me think of the possible end to this war. Of course, Spain as a sovereign country, Ukraine as a sovereign country, we will respect if the Ukraine sits at a table and agrees whatever it decides to agree with its enemy, with our enemy. And this was already said by a colleague of mine, the possibility that the Ukraine, in order to achieve peace, might give in on some of its sovereign demands, which you've just said would be a point of inflection to stop the sanctions, which would be for all of the territory to be returned to the Ukraine. But all of us are sovereign countries, but we're all saying that the Ukraine needs to decide how to put an end to this war because they are, after all, the ones that are fighting it. But I'm kind of wondering whether is this a kind of a blackmail on the part of Russia? Because what would the democracy of our Western countries look like if the Ukraine says, look, we're exhausted, we're just going to have to hand in part of our territory to keep some sovereignty over my country? And if we, NATO, can we actually accept this final conclusion? I don't think so, because that would be giving in to Russia and to a possibility of a third invasion on the part of Russia, not only in the Ukraine once it's reorganized its forces, but perhaps we would be passing on a message to the world. A tyrant can invade a sovereign country, keep part of its territory, and since the Ukraine is exhausted because of the situation, well, we'll just give it to them. I mean, this is just food for thought, really, but the solution needs to be in the hand of the Ukrainians, but we need to be able to give them everything they need so that this doesn't happen, but it could, at the end of the day, be one of the conclusions that may be reached, and I don't know whether we, NATO, have we really thought about this, this dialogue that might happen. Have we got any red lines as free countries, any red lines which we cannot possibly infringe upon in order to make sure that this does not ever happen again? Thank you.
Thank you, Zayda. And from my personal point of view, I entirely agree with every word you've said. And I think that if we don't learn the lesson that we effectively would do exactly what we did over Crimea, where we said, okay, we didn't really do very much over Crimea, and look where we are today. The idea that we can settle this issue by giving up territorial areas to bring about a peace has got to be nothing more than temporary, that there would be a further Russian invasion of extra areas. And you know, we're all well aware of what the situation has to be to enable to get NATO membership. Not least is that you can't have any territorial disputes. And so we still wouldn't be in a position to allow Ukraine to have NATO membership and support in those circumstances. And I think that we must look at recent history, we must look at the history of how we've always stood up to fascism and territorial invasion. So I'm in complete agreement with you, Zayda, and we'll feed those messages back. We've got Kristianas Feldmas from Latvia.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Schalbrook, for the presentation. In general, I consider this report very well made. It reflects all the topics very well. I have couple of small remarks. There is, for instance, about multinational Division North. It is just mentioned in a footnote at the paragraph 30. I would consider that there would be a place in paragraph 31 as well, perhaps in a main text area, not in a footnote only. And also, there is an interesting paragraph about first responders. It's paragraph 46. I have, just for sake of good order, I have to say that when the intelligence reports came in, then Latvia was one of the first responders, as we managed to deliver Stinger missiles on February 23rd, and they were used immediately when the first tanks started to cross the border. Also, this was acknowledged by Mr. Zelensky. So those were my small remarks. So thank you.
Thank you, Christiana. Some of them will certainly feed those in. Joe Wilson, USA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, to back up the statements by the representative from Spain and then your agreement with that, it's even worse. And that is that Putin, through the Budapest Memorandum, the Minsk Agreement, he's already proven that absolutely no agreement means anything. And the horror that Ukraine would have given up their nuclear weapons with the firm understanding by many countries that won't be named that their sovereignty would be in place. It just hasn't happened. And so the options that exist really are so limited, except that there must be victory in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I think it's just worth adding there what Neil Dunn said earlier on, is that what we are going to have to deal with is compassion fatigue in our own nations as they move forward and they see their prices going up. But I think what is imperative and falls on all of us is to make it crystal clear the inflationary pressures that will grow exponentially if we don't deal with this crisis. And that does mean military engagement, and we have to be prepared for that. And if we're not prepared for that, then we have to be prepared for the severe economic situations that are going to occur in our own country. Do we have any more? No. Okay. Thank you for that. We'll feed all those comments into Cedric, and hopefully we'll see him at our next session. We are going to now move on to our next speaker, which is Michael Kaufman. Michael Kaufman, who's the director of the Russia Studies Programs at the Centre for Naval Analysis and as a fellow at the Kennan Institute Woodrow Wilson International Centre in Washington, D.C. His research focuses on the Russian and the former Soviet Union, specialising in the Russian armed forces, military thought, capabilities and strategy. Previously, he served as a program manager and subject matter expert at National Defence University, advising senior military and government officials on issues in Russia and Eurasia. Mr. Kaufman is also a senior editor at War on the Rocks, where he regularly authors articles on strategy, the Russian military, Russian decision-making and related foreign policy issues. Michael, thank you for travelling to us from Washington, D.C., and you have the floor.
Okay, thanks for that kind introduction. Thanks for the invitation to speak here today. So, two caveats before I start. One, I'm here speaking only on behalf of myself, not my organization. And if I get myself into trouble, I hope it doesn't reflect on the rest of my American colleagues in these delegations. And the second caveat, so there's a great deal we still don't know about this war. And we're finding out a tremendous amount even right now about the early days of the conflict. So I ask people to be patient, that the initial impressions about conflicts are usually wrong or often wrong, or at the very best, they're incomplete, and they're going to require correction over time. And so I encourage all of you to consume information critically, especially as sort of the fog of war persists. The map up here is from an open source researcher colleague of mine named Nathan Russer. I'm first using a map that shows not the maximum limit of Russian advance, but around where the situation looked like about 3 weeks in, as I'm going to discuss the initial Russian military plan. So first, I'll summarize my comments and offer a couple general points on this conflict. The first is that the initial campaign was very much shaped in planning by the supremacy of the political. That is, terrible Russian assumptions about Ukraine, tremendous war optimism, and to some extent we can really summarize it as hubris. Second, there was an immense lack of organization and preparation by Russian forces, and that stemmed from how the operation was conceived and its fundamentally secretive nature, which I will get into. Third, the Russian military as a force was designed with important assumptions and trade-offs. This reduced readiness across the Russian military, and the Russian plan that they elected emphasized the military's weaknesses and minimized its strength. Fourth, the Russian military had real issues with readiness and rot that they themselves probably didn't know about until the war began. And nothing reveals problems within the military like an attempt of this size, of this scale, right? So there are things we knew about the Russian military that were problematic. There are things we suspected. There may have been things that they suspected about themselves, but they discovered around the same time almost that we discovered as they attempted to prosecute this invasion. Fifth, the Russian military as a force couldn't scale military operations. The Russian armed forces had not attempted something like this before in decades. The initial invasion force was somewhere around 125 to 130 battalion tactical groups. The overall personnel involved in the operation might have been up to 200,000, according to public official sources. That's not what the invasion force was. The invasion force was actually much smaller. In fact, in retrospect, the maneuver force was a lot smaller than I think we even initially expected, at least the local community. But one thing you definitely can't know looking at an adversary is whether or not they have the ability to scale. And the ability to scale large operations is fundamentally critical. Many militaries cannot scale up what they can do with a limited amount of force. Moving 3 battalions at a time, working out the logistics communications for that is nothing like trying to do it with 100 or 130. And so the Russian military showed that it couldn't scale to operations within a full theater. And last, the Russian military showed that there's problems with the fundamentals: training, leadership, discipline, and the ability to integrate and effectively implement combined arms. Although this can evolve on the battlefield, but there are big aspects of military culture and organization that are difficult to change. They will not change within months, and they're very difficult to alter once in the middle of a conflict. I think the right way to think about this discussion, or to frame it, is to ask the question, to what extent is the Russian military that you've seen in this war represent a bad army or a bad plan? And my answer is both, but the question is on the balance between those two. So a good army can compensate to an extent for bad political assumptions and a bad plan. The Russian army at the level of training, leadership, and ability to employ combined arms is quite weaker than I think earlier was assessed by the analytical community. It's not a particularly good army, right? But it is also resilient. It is adapting in the second phase of this war, and it is increasingly playing to its strength. The Russian military is making gains in the Donbass, and to be frank, the war is far from over. The long-term military trends tend to favor Ukraine in terms of manpower availability and equipment being provided from the West. The long-term trends. The short-term trends are very much in question. Things are very much contingent from my point of view in the Donbass, and it's hard to predict the outcome of these types of events. So let me focus at least on what I think we do know right now. First, the Russian plan. Russian political leadership thought this would be a quick regime change operation. They attempt to quickly build up forces outside of Kiev, hence the Gostomel airborne assault. And they also had some kind of political ground game that didn't come off. So the initial part also includes a tremendous failure by Russian intelligence that we still don't know much about or have yet to learn more about. It's not just a military failure. There's a tremendous failure in Russian intelligence, something that they were counting on, or something that they thought was going to happen in Kiev. The Russian military was not prepared or organized for a sustained fight. Russian airborne forces found out barely 72 hours beforehand of the operational plan, but most of the ground troops were given barely 24 hours notice that they were going to be sent into Ukraine and what their actual objectives were. They were not materially or psychologically prepared for the war, and many failures in some ways, I think, on the Russian end, well, definitely stem from the early organization of the effort. Those choices dramatically affected Russian military morale from the outset. The lack of psychological preparation and poor organization killed morale. It broke trust between troops and their officers, and it showed Russian military that they were essentially being thrown into the fight and being thrown away. One thing we learned about the Russian military very early on in this war is that whatever improvements have been made in the force, okay, the Russian military still does not treat its soldiers decently and doesn't take care of them, and it threw them in many ways into this fight under false pretenses. Looking at the basics, logistics, coordination, it was not well organized, and troops who think that they're preparing to be on exercise plan differently than those being sent for war. So the forces originally went in almost driving administratively, and as though they were still in Russia, and quickly going down roads, trying to seize key junctions, bridges, and avoiding the main fights. Logistics couldn't keep up, and many Russian forces didn't know where they were going. So the Russian military took heavy casualties early on and then became bogged down trying to adjust. They pursued what you see on the map, which is a diffuse strategy in an attempt to reach completely unrealistic political objectives, fighting along three fronts with many axes of advance, as many as 6 to 7, fundamentally competing with themselves for forces, right? This is what a field military strategy looks like. If you look in the south, the southern military district on its own had at least 3 to 4 axes of advance, and nowhere could the Russian military even concentrate forces effectively. The campaign varies depending on where you look, but the Russian military was desperately struggling to establish any military advantage and had little manpower to control the terrain they were trying to capture. The Ukrainian military very successfully stalled the Russian advance at Kiev. They successfully used both anti-tank guided missiles to slow down Russian formations, but artillery to inflict the bulk of the attrition and to actually push Russian forces back at key locations, okay? The artillery, to be frank, is responsible for most of the attrition in this conflict. It may not look that way on the internet, but it is more an artillery war than not. And artillery is responsible for much of the Ukrainian success. Artillery is now responsible for many of the Russian gains you've seen maybe in the last couple of weeks on Donbass as well, in combination with other elements, obviously. But you know, if one's going to single out something at the tactical level, that would be it. So Russian troops were not well trained for urban warfare at all, and they generally actually struggled to suppress Ukrainian artillery. They were not really that good at the one thing that the Russian military technically should be good at or supposed to be, because the Russian military culturally is an artillery army with lots of tanks and maneuver forces, but as an artillery ground force, it's an artillery force first and foremost by design. So Ukraine effectively used small squad tactics in combination with artillery firepower. But there are other aspects of the Russian campaign that I think were probably surprising early on. Command and control was puzzling. 4 districts conducted operations as 4 task forces, each with their own command. Some seemed to have good communication, some did not. Some used battalion tactical groups, others deployed more as regiments and brigades. There was a lot of variation observable in performance. It's a very uneven force in military, and it depends on where you look in terms of the Russian campaign. And it looks like the Russian Air Force was also divided to support these 4 task forces. So it doesn't look like there was any kind of unified air campaign at all. So despite major adjustments in the second phase, the Russian military has too few forces, and it suffered tremendous amount of attrition in the first 3 weeks of the war. So around this time period, that at least being shown on this map, this first 3 weeks are really the decisive phase of the war. Arguably the first 4 or 5 days really are, if we're going to boil it down. And the Russian military suffered both tremendous casualties, and it's probably lost around maybe 15 to 20% of material when we look at the main battle tanks in active force and things like infantry fighting vehicles. So the equipment losses have been pretty significant as well. That's a ballpark figure, okay, from just looking at it from open sources. So that said, with all the deficits in Russian planning and poor performance, I do want to say something as a caveat. This outcome was not overdetermined, okay? The more information comes out, the more one can see the counterfactuals of how things were contingent at the early part of this war. That was the decisive phase, but you can definitely see how much of this could have potentially gone the other way. If I could get the second and then third slide up, where my in charge was.
He's right there.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. So let me turn to the second phase, which is around now. So Russian forces initially in withdrawing from Kiev and from southwestern Ukraine reorganized what was left of their force to focus on a campaign at Donbass. The initial plan was to attempt 2 encirclements, one of Ukrainian forces at Slavyansk and Kramatorsk via an axis of advance from Izum, which is at the very, very top of the map. That's where Izum is. And a second encirclement at Severodonetsk, essentially severing the 2 groupings from each other. The Russian military lacked the forces and initially sent them in piecemeal in attacks from Izum, and was effectively blocked by Ukrainian defense. That stalled the advance in the western part of the map, at least from for perspective of their campaign, and made it a fixed front. So the Russian military shifted the bulk of the weight of the offensive to the east, focusing on Severodonetsk. In recent weeks, as you've probably seen, Russian forces have broken through in Popasna, which is south of Severodonetsk, and have started to create a salient. And their advance threatens to sever the ground lines of communication to Ukrainian forces in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Right? The extent to which the Russian military will be able to capitalize on this breakthrough remains to be seen. Depends on the availability of reserves, logistics, and a whole host of factors. The Ukrainian military is flowing reinforcements to the area in an effort to check the Russian advance and establish a secondary line of defense. And the state of Ukrainian forces is also a big unknown, but as the Minister of Defense spoke earlier today, is very clear and very frank about the high rate of casualties. Okay, and they are significant, and there's significant attrition on both sides in this war. That said, the Russian military in this advance is exhausting its offensive potential. The Russian military was fighting initially at peacetime force strength without mobilization. The bulk of what the active force could commit to a war was sent in the initial invasion. What was left available in the active forces reinforcements was thrown into the second offensive. Without significant changes and hard political decisions, the Russian military cannot sustain this war. Plain and simple. So it is very likely to be the last offensive for them in the near term because their offensive potential will be exhausted in this operation. The Ukrainian military is clearly in a difficult and precarious position, but if it must, it can trade territory for attrition. And then over time, hope to recover and hope to regain territory lost. There's a lot of caveats to what I'm saying here as I'm painting it with a broad brush. But there are major issues in terms of manpower availability in the Russian military, and they are trying to solve them through piecemeal solutions by hiring contract soldiers, offering a lot of money, and trying to bring up reservists. But they are very short on manpower. Even though they have material advantages, they have a major advantage in firepower, and to an extent they have local air superiority as well. But manpower is a big deficit. So over time, they will have major issues sustaining the conflict. Let me turn to the comments about the army, because I focus very much about the plan. So Russian force structure in some ways is deterministic of their fortunes in this conflict. Beyond the initial operation, wars often come down to attrition, manpower, material, and it's often difficult to recover from bad choices in force design, the strategic choices you made in force design before a war starts. Russia built a tiered readiness military. It was intended to be able to generate manpower quickly, but also have a mobilization structure for a larger war. But over time, as they built the force structure, they spread the manpower more and more thinly and reduced readiness. So the available force for this war in the Russian military was actually quite small. And I'll give you a basic example. If on paper the Russian military had a brigade with 3,500 men in it, okay? When you look at its actual readiness at 70%, maybe it had around 2,500. When you look at the fact that 30% of those were conscripts, it probably had less than 1,700 available for deployment to the war. And if you look at what it really had on hand and probably sent, it might have been 1,200 or less. 2 battalion tactical groups may be averaging 600 personnel in each. So the average maneuver, the invasion force and strength, I think, was quite smaller than was initially perceived. And the availability of what the Russian force generated was also quite smaller too. I won't go too far down this rabbit hole, of course, because this is kind of in the weeds and nitty-gritty details, but I hope for some of you it will be interesting, because while on paper the Russian military may seem large, in terms of its actual potential, what it can generate under these conditions, it's not that big at all. Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe outside of Russia. So the Russian military is explicitly not configured to sustain a war like this. And behind the scenes, they're conducting a partial mobilization, but they're still avoiding the hard choices and kicking the can down the road. And the more they do that, the more they cannibalize their own trained and equipped force structure. There's the lower the likelihood that any partial mobilization will be successful down the line, because they will cannibalize those personnel responsible for training, conscripts, reservists, and the like. So the other comment I will make, and I'll sort of shorten this part of my talk, which is, on top of these choices, the Russian military, as a conscious decision, shortened the amount of, reduced dramatically the amount of infantry available in the force. And eventually the infantry component in the Russian force grew smaller and smaller, and the readiness issues began to bite. And part of the reason you see failures in Russian combined arms is because there is a real shortage of infantry in Russian forces and Russian units. And so there isn't infantry to support tanks. Tanks can't support infantry, and there's a real dearth of light infantry, and the Russian military attempted a 3-front invasion of what is outside of Russia, the largest country in Europe, with several major fights in urban environments without a significant amount of infantry, and much of the infantry that initially went in suffered the bulk of the casualties early on in the war. And now is not available for the rest of these fights, which is why they are so dependent on auxiliaries, from Chechen Rosguardia to Wagner mercenaries, to other folks that they can try to bring in and raise. That's why they're so heavily dependent on them. So, I'll conclude with a couple more comments. I'm happy to speak to the air war, although the air war is the part that I think we know the least about from open sources. But on the air front of it, I'll say simply that first, it's clear that the Russian Air Force didn't plan for a campaign to establish air superiority, and like Russian ground forces assumed that the war would be easily won. Second, that the Russian military really lacked the technical capability for an advanced air superiority campaign in many ways, and that was very visible in Syria. That air force is over a generation probably behind a comparable Western air force. Third, Ukraine had one of the largest parks of radar-guided air defense systems that you can find in Europe, and was substantially supplied with short-range air defense as well by various Western countries. That the Russian Air Force attempted to pursue local air superiority, but was essentially then stuck with a choice between facing radar-guided air defenses at higher altitudes or to fly at low altitude and then face short-range air defense and man-portable air defense systems. All right. But the air war has also been one of attrition. There's been substantial losses of Russian aircraft. There's also been substantial losses of radar-guided air defense on the Ukrainian side. And then at Donbass, it's a bit of a toss-up, but it looks more like Russian Air Force do have local air superiority. But this is not a meaningful assessment because the way air power is being employed in this war is not particularly strategic. So it's not being the force multiplier that a Western Air Force might be. And I'm happy to take questions on that. The last two comments I'd make before I turn over is first, be patient with the field of Russian military analysis. As I tell colleagues back in DC, we're still debating what happened in World War I and World War II. And so we're very much catching up and trying to figure out what's happening in this conflict right now and why. And there's a lot yet we don't know. Second, be thoughtful about context. So military power can't be measured in the abstract. There's no such thing as the United States military is here and China's is here and Russia's is here. Military power requires a context to express itself. It's very heavily dependent on the conditions, the actors involved, the planning, the assumptions. And so be cautious when we look at the lessons from this that we don't overgeneralize. It is very easy to then look at this conflict and assume that because Russian performance was so poor in this war, that, for example, NATO would very easily win any conflict with Russia in an alternate scenario. And I just want to tell you to be very cautious with some of these assumptions. Military analysis doesn't work this way. It just doesn't. Militaries can perform very badly in one war and differently in another, even the very same military within a year or two in time span. And so I kind of put this, I generally don't offer any policy prescriptions, but I put this as a big caveat to avoid being overly euphoric looking at the first 3 weeks of Russian performance, which is obviously a military blunder of tremendous proportions, right? And to make big assumptions about Russian military power moving forward, especially what it's going to look like 5 to 10 years from now. Right? So I'll close on that. I hope I didn't overrun my time. I'm a big jet lag. And then turn it over to the colleagues for questions.
Michael, thank you. No, you didn't overrun your time at all. It's perfect. We're going to take questions from the floor. What I'll do is I'll start with the first question because I just want to draw on your comments about auxiliary reinforcements coming in, and I think it raises two questions. You made the comment that psychologically the troops were not prepared for this war because they thought it was going to be a training exercise. They weren't properly briefed. As the war's gone on, Russian propaganda at home, are they in a psychologically different position for people now going? They know there's a war going on, they think it's the denazification, etc., etc. Will troops now entering the arena be psychologically prepared in a different way, and does that affect their fighting potential? And in terms of Russian resupply, we saw before the war all of the equipment which was massed on the border, Belarus and Russia, etc. And clearly a lot of that has been taken out. Are the Russians being able to replenish that stock? Is it being replenished with workable stock or stock which has been in warehouses for decades? And therefore, when we talk about a war of attrition, are the Russians in a position to keep resupplying those lines in terms of capital equipment and more motivated troops? Yeah, and at the same time, just before you answer that, let's take Rick Larson from USA.
All right, I'm going to start taking notes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Michael, thank you for your contributions today. My first question is maybe asking Alex's questions a different way. Is some discussion in Congress about how long it would take the Russian military to reset? Whether things stopped today or tomorrow, is this a 6-month reset, a 12-month reset? I'm not talking about redirecting the invasion. I'm talking about reset its military to what it had before the invasion. That has implications for all sorts of things that NATO might have to consider, the U.S. military itself might consider as well. And then related to all this is your statement about the long-term military trend favors Ukraine, the short-term military trend favors Russia generally. But if that is the case, that's a military assessment, but how does that play into any sort of diplomatic assessment for a future resolution, whatever it is? Thank you.
Okay. So let me take on these questions. First, on morale, it's clear that actually on the political side, information side, the Russian leadership ceded much of the contest for the information environment early on, but then began to rapidly regain it with domestic audiences. And they actually began to push information campaign in other parts of the globe. So there's sort of sense that there's real dominance of one narrative amongst Western countries and Western mediums, but in the rest of the globe, it's a much more mixed picture. On Russian domestic politics, it's clearly raises a substantial amount of support, but how much that support is real and how hard it is very much debatable. The thing that matters for troops in this fight is how well is the fight organized, how well is it supplied, right? And to what extent does it look like it's put together meaningfully? And in the second phase, it looks very different than in the first phase. Okay, I'll just be very frank on that. Part of the reason I think morale was catastrophically low and you saw sporadic cases of desertion across the Russian military was both because of the betrayal of trust, but also because a few days in, they saw that nothing was organized in this war. There wasn't fuel, there wasn't effective food, there wasn't good clothing in some cases, right? There were real cases of frostbite as well. And across the board, you saw morale plummet. That's much less the case now in the second part of this campaign, where the Russian military is focused on largely one front. There are several axes. It's a much smaller scale operation, something that they seem to be able to do. And in fact, they are learning to do the one thing a military can only learn to do really in a fight like this, which is how to conduct complex, large-scale operations. And the only, I mean, I'll be blunt, this might seem, I don't want to be chauvinistic, but the only military in the last several decades I've really been able to seen us do is the United States military, together with coalition allies. On the scale, when we're talking hundreds of thousands of personnel, right, something of that size. Second, on equipment, this is a really great question, and it's one of the big unknowns. There are a lot of people trying to guess what's inside Russian warehouses right now. So, what I can say on equipment is, in every maneuver unit in the Russian military, there are 2 high readiness battalions that generated for this war, and a third one manned by conscripts with equipment there with lower readiness. That is going to go in as reserve units for this battle behind Russian forces now. Behind that, there are things that are in storage, which are up for debate. I think the fairest maybe answer I could give on this is that yes, they still have equipment. That equipment will not be modernized, but will still be of sort of late Soviet generation tech, okay? And in some areas, they're going to have major deficits, but in other areas, they'll have substantial additional equipment they can pull out. It depends on how much they've cannibalized for some of their modernization programs. So they will face material shortages over time at this rate of attrition. The notion that the Russian military has sort of an unlimited park of equipment in their warehouses is not true, and it's very uneven, I think, probably depending on categories. If you look at what they've used to fit out the current armed force. On how long will it take the Russian military to reset? So there are 2 ways of looking at this question. There's the material way of looking at it. There's a big unknown, which is to what extent they will be affected by US sanctions, Western sanctions, and technology export controls. Big debate on that, to be perfectly honest. It's very unclear. And what's going to happen to the Russian economy moving forward, which of course I don't know. And if somebody can tell you what things look like a year from now, they're probably trying to sell you something, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot of things that are contingent between now and then. That said, it's probably fair to say that one, at prior rate of production, a lot of the equipment they've lost, they could replace, potentially within the next 5 years. So they might be well set back by one state armament program or about 5 years. That's just just a guess. That's a dart thrown on the board. But likely that military will recapitalize a lot faster than people think it will. Because their rate of defense spending as a share of GDP is high. Their rate of procurement within their defense budget is much higher than the typical Western military. And that's the one thing they're going to be able to do fast, replace tanks, infantry fighting vehicles. Most of the capabilities that are more concerning for, let's say, the high-end fight scenarios, integrated air defense, electronic warfare, right? cyber, counter space, things in the sea and undersea domain, they've either not lost anything or they lost a very small amount of, not a substantial amount of. In those categories, I think their losses could be replaced possibly even within 1 year. I just want to be blunt on that. That's all a straight line analysis because it depends on all these effects on the Russian economy and actually defense industrial complex. I'll just be frank, a lot of the early reports about shutdowns in the Russian defense industry, I've not seen anything to substantiate that. It would be too soon. My recommendation in general is that the logical check-in point is around August, September time to see what's happening both in the Russian economy, to see what's happening in supply chains there and the impact of some of these issues. But it's way too early to tell. And last point here. So the force itself is the biggest question because this will substantially damage the Russian military as a force. And they'll have to big changes. The Russian military is primarily a contract service force. It is not primarily a conscript force. That's a minority share. And after this, I think they're going to have real big issues training and building out a sustained contract force and even maintaining the limited class of enlisted professionals that they have. So this will have real impact on the Russian force. They lost a lot of their best infantry and a lot of the units that were considered to be elite, although they were not used in missions for which they were effectively trained, I would say. But nonetheless, they suffered the bulk of the attrition to the better parts of their force. So that will take years to recapitalize. High quality kind of personnel is often harder than replaced than pulling a BMP-2 or BMP-1 out of storage. And on what does it all mean for the trend lines? Well, so, you know, I kind of tried to give what I think is a fair and to what extent we can offer, I think, a balanced assessment, right? The long-term trend line in the local military balance in the Donbass clearly is not that favorable to Ukraine, all right? The long-term trend in this conflict appears to be favorable, but under conditions, under assumptions regarding Western support of heavy conventional equipment, ammunition, and the like, and the fact that Ukraine can turn manpower advantages into combat credible forces over time. And if this becomes a protracted war, where, as I said, large conventional conflicts do over time come down to manpower and material, right, is able to then succeed in that exchange. That's all, but that is conditioned on, you know, I guess not military analysts, but folks that represent their governments.
Thank you, Michael. I'm closing the list now because we've got 8 more questions to get through. We've got about half an hour or so to go. So first off, Zayda Cantera from Spain, and then Lord Campbell from the UK.
Muchas gracias. Yes, thank you, Alec. Thank you, Michael. Allow me to make a few comments, and then I'd like to put a question. As you have been explaining, as an intelligence analyst, I'm a bit worried about the strategic reserve. And even though we see the change in the maneuvers of Russia, that is to have 3 main efforts, and now just have 1 main effort, which we perhaps would have been the more natural thing for Russia to do, because the 3 attacks that they launched divided their supply chains, and it diluted their potential, their power in the field, and that did not go well. Okay, but let's go to Donbass, the reserve. Now they're concentrating mostly on this region, and there are 2 things I'm worried about. The reserve, that is to get a renewal in the conventional reserve, which makes it possible for Russia to actually get a real foothold and consolidate that force in that area. And then it's going to be extremely difficult to get them to leave. And we talked about this at a previous conference. The West can't allow Russia to keep just a single inch of this territory. So we need to recover all of this territory where Russia is now concentrating, and they might consolidate there. So the conventional reserve, I'm worried about that. And then there's another thing which has been mentioned in passing. It's not the nuclear weapon. the other one, which Putin already used in other regions, and you used it, you mentioned it, when he finds himself in a situation, I need to do whatever I can to stay. Biological, chemical weapons, what do we know about these? That Putin may find himself because he's going to be losing these territories, which makes it possible for him to consolidate and to create the corridor to supply Crimea. Do you think he has a capacity, and do you think he might use this? Because the forces that are being moved are in this region are mercenaries, the Wagners. They fought in Chechnya, in Syria, with unscrupulously, and they already used these weapons. Thank you.
Lord Campbell.
In the Russian infantry, what's the balance between regular and conscript? And what's your assessment of the quality of the training which conscripts get? And can I put it this way, if the sergeants are away fighting, then the sergeants who are usually absolutely essential to turning the conscripts into regulars are not available. Will that have an impact on the quality that the Russians can call upon for replacements? And there was one further point which occurred to me, and it's the same point really when it comes to air, because I think you said you were able to make some reference to that. The popular newspapers claim that Russia's been unable to achieve air superiority, and that this is down to the remarkable capability of the Ukrainian pilots. Discuss. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for those kind questions and remarks. So let me try to tackle first questions on the Donbass. So when looking at the situation in Donbass and kind of current Russian force performance, they've clearly reorganized to an extent to adapt it. They're leveraging fires. They're trying to maximum preserve their actual force. And the advance is more coherent, it's better supplied, although in many cases on a narrow front, and much remains to be seen to what extent they can exploit the current breakthrough they have. Its significance remains to be seen, yeah, as always, things in any conflict are in question. All right, on the military itself, I will say this. It's clear that the Russian military has substantial staying power on the battlefield. There have not been major routes, there have not been major surrenders. In fact, very ironically, the best organized part of the Russian military operation was the retreat from Kiev. A lot of folks don't know, but militaries can suffer the highest level of casualties during a retreat rather than during an advance. Okay, and the Russian disengagement and then retreat, which was essentially withdrawal from the battlefield from Kiev, was actually one of the more competently, probably the most competently executed part of the first phase of the operations. So Russian forces are digging in around Kherson city, west of the Dnieper River, and they have used that opportunity in the last 2+ weeks. Even in the areas where the Ukrainian military can enjoy a relative advantage, it is fair to say now that it will not be that easy to displace Russian forces. And the same thing will be said of the Donbass over time. And I want to be frank about this as well. That on the one hand, yes, as I said, long-term trends generally tend to favor Ukraine. On the other hand, those who believe that after this offensive, the Russian military might melt away or that these gains could be quickly reversed and that the Ukrainian military, despite high levels of attrition, can immediately go on the counteroffensive, I'm sorry, that's just not practical. And it's also to some extent unlikely. And so what those trends all point to is to some extent a longer war. And I think that's about as much as I can say based on what I know looking at this. On the question regarding biological chemical weapons. So I'll be frank, I've been a skeptic in this regard. I mean, dictators do use chemical weapons in part because they work, especially in cities. They kill people, they're a terror weapon, and the like. I've not seen much practical employment or utility for them in its current war for Russia. And Russia also does not seem to be, or at least is not looking to prosecute major urban fights where it needs chemical weapons. It has the firepower, as you can see, they are leveling entire towns. and smaller cities. They have the firepower. They don't need to rely on chemical weapons the way dictators like Assad had to, because they simply lack the means. Regarding what might happen if Ukraine is successfully prosecuting a campaign to retake this territory, well, I don't have good answers. I mean, all I can say is, let's get there, and those might be good problems to have, to be perfectly honest. Some of the discussion I hear these days is very airy. It's about a phase of the war that this war is not in, That's my personal view of it. So, and I'm not saying this to be kind of glib and saying that we should not think ahead. Of course we should think ahead, and folks should think strategically, and they should think about the different roads that this conflict can take. But also at the same time, to be realistic that the war is not in that phase, and it's not really necessarily approaching that phase either yet. And much remains, and also depends, to be frank, on what Ukrainians choose to do and how they choose to prosecute the campaign. So right now, as a person who's kind of can't envision or sitting in the dark on those issues, it's hard to make those predictions. But I'm very skeptical on the biological chemical weapons issue, to be perfectly frank. I am. I've seen a lot of fears regarding that, and as you've seen, they've not materialized themselves in the last 3 months. On questions regarding Russian conscript mix, so it's probably fair to say that, first, the Russian military does not have an NCO corps like the United States or Western militaries would have. The Russian military has enlisted professionals. It has NCOs, but they are not in leadership roles with decision-making authority, right? They are contract servicemen. They are considered to be enlisted professionals, but they do not have the duties and roles that a sergeant would in the U.S. military. They would not be divvying up those duties with a lieutenant necessarily the way somebody might be, or in the British military. They are very important though, because the bulk of the Russian military that was deployed into this war was deployed primarily with contract servicemen. Although some units clearly cheated because they were cheating on readiness. And they had to send conscripts to make up for the fact that they didn't have the contract servicemen. And it was clear that, the Russian military to some extent, yes, thank you. Yeah, so I'm from the New England area, from general Boston area, or at least in the United States, I claim to be that. And I tend to speak rather fast, and I apologize if I'm going too fast for the interpreter. I'm being inconsiderate, and I'm sorry. Yeah, I understand. I know that we are two people divided by a common language, but not everybody else. So with that in mind, the conscript ratio to contract servicemen is probably around like 250 to 370, 380. So the majority of contract servicemen. Russia conscripts twice a year, around 130,000 per go. One round of conscription just took place on April 1st, and they demobilized this batch of conscripts that finished their 1 year of service starting May 1st. So those are now being demobilized. They've not enacted stop-loss policies. So they're not actually addressing some of the critical manpower shortages. Instead, they've come after, it looks like, trying to create additional battalions from this part of the force that's typically manned by conscripts, by bringing in contract servicemen and others, but they will need to pull those officers responsible for training and for maintaining the rest of the forces, the formation back at the base. And that's the big issue they will run into over time. Because, look, Vladimir Putin is trying to fight a large conventional war in Europe, but at peacetime military strength, without declaring a state of war, without enacting major stop-loss policies, and without conducting significant levels of mobilization, right? And if you kind of look at this, even if you're not an expert on the Russian military in any way, shape, or form, if you just look at this from a logical perspective, you can see this is not sustainable. And that actually they are, in many ways, degrading their ability to sustain this war by just kicking this can down the road now. And trying to avoid those hard political choices, and I think trying to see what they can get in this current fight in Donbass.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, so we have Mr. Marion from Moldova and Pierre Porhos from Canada. Mr. Marion.
Yeah, thank you so much. Michael, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. You said some very bold things. You said that Russia cannot sustain this war. You also said that this is their last offensive, this Severodonetsk, which is, very optimistic thing to know. Considering this, how do you see a Ukraine victory? How tactically a Ukraine victory? Meaning, to liberate those territories they lost, at least toward the limit before the 24th of February. How do you see this victory in terms of military tactics? Thank you.
Yeah. Besoin de vos écouteurs. Good. Je suis absolument d'accord avec les.
I entirely agree with the tactical evaluation that the Russian army didn't expect any resistance. In fact, they really thought they would occupy the territory. But look at what happened in Mariupol. When you occupy some territory, normally your objective is to destroy the cities and the content of resistance. Would you say that the systematic destruction of the city of Mariupol was a signal, a sign that Russia wants to show Ukraine and the world, look at what we can do, we completely systematically destroyed that country, but clearly they wish to preserve Kiev, because historically Kiev is an important city for Russia. But is Mariupol a sort of symbol, if you like, a demonstration of Russian destruction capacity? And then second question. There are 7 Russian generals who have been killed. Would you say that they were killed on the field of battle, or were they assassinated by some people in their ranks who didn't believe that they were basically doing the right thing? Thank you.
Michael. Okay. First one, the gentleman from Moldova. So, I apologize if I sounded overly optimistic in the way you interpreted the comments. Let me fix that. First, Russia can't sustain this war in this way. It can sustain this war, but it will have to change a host of political policies. I would look to those decisions being made in the next 30 to 60 days. Rest assured, Russia can sustain this war, and this war can go on for quite some time. But in the current situation that the Russian military is in, it cannot go on in this way. All right? What they choose to do, of course, remains to be seen. Right now, the piecemeal solutions they are pursuing will allow them additional forces, but they do not have substantial forces to rotate. That is, these units that are currently on the line, there is not another 80, 90, what have you, BTGs, which is a useless measure now, because a BTG is any number of troops. You don't even know what you're looking at, because it's glued together units. It's a Frankenstein force. Whenever you see a Russian BTG now, it's maybe 2, 3 different units put together for what's left of the force, to be able to be rotated off the line and replaced with other units, if you're sort of picturing, 6 months from now, what their military capacity is. Second, on last offensive, yes, for this phase of the war, it's looking that way, which is not to say the Russian military won't be able to conduct offensives down the line at some point in the future, but this current offensive is likely to attrition a substantial amount of their potential in that category. And they will likely have to switch to the defense of whatever territorial gains they were able to make. But this is, a projection that one can only make looking some months out. That's about as far as you can look onto a conflict like this. And I always say, it's very easy to see turning points in the war in hindsight, writing that history from the future. When you're in the midst of a war, it's very hard to recognize what the turning points are, right? And so we have to be frank and kind of humble about that in our assessments. So much could change, and this is simply a projection based on the current situation. So I don't want to make it sound overly optimistic. So don't make it sound overly pessimistic either. A lot of things are contingent, and I often harp on that word, but that's just how it is. On Ukraine military and prosecuting, an offensive and taking territory back to February 23rd lines. Well, it seems to be how they're defining victory, at least in the interim, politically. To what extent, I'm not sure about your question to this. If you're asking me whether I think they can do it, it's plausible, certainly. Everything's possible, right? If you're going to ask me to give that chances or odds, I'm not going to. There's no reasonable way to do it in this phase of the war, okay? So if we were in a different phase of the war when if Ukraine was prosecuting a general offensive and Russian forces were on the defensive, at that point, one could evaluate the proposition much better. Right now, I just can't. And I try not to be in the speculation business as much as I can. Pierre, a question about Mariupol. So to be honest, Mariupol in many ways ended up being, I guess all analogies are imperfect, sort of the Grozny of this war. Those Russians leveled Mariupol in an effort to take it. You may think of it as a signal, but in practice, they had no other way of taking the city. They have no other way of fighting. First, most of the forces there are not trained for urban warfare as a mission. And you know what happens if you don't train for a mission? You're not going to be good when you show up to the fight. And a lot of Russian forces discovered that. Second, the Russian military has traditionally taken cities through use of firepower. And so yes, they leveled a lot of Mariupol, and you've seen it time and time before. As just the approach that they have taken. To what extent it is a signal to others, I'm not sure, but I think in the first phase, deliberate shelling of certain cities was meant to be a signal to other cities to surrender. This is meant to be a punitive campaign to get other key towns to surrender without resistance. On Russian generals, I think they were killed in action. I don't believe that there's some secret assassinations going on behind the scenes. In general, I will add to that, one, the real losses that will afflict the Russian military are not the losses of generals. No offense to any former generals that might be in the room. Generals are replaceable. It's regimental and battalion commanders that they've lost a lot of that are much more important to the fight, okay? It's not the major generals who are 1-stars or the lieutenant generals, okay? And so they have lost a substantial number of generals. I will admit that. There are several reasons for that. One of them is Russian generals do come to the front of the line to impose their personality onto the battlefield. They take huge risk and typically do conduct reconnaissance of terrain on their own as a cultural aspect of Russian military. Third, there were big issues with command and control communications that I think forced Russian military leadership to be much closer to the battlefield in the specific fight. And fourth, Ukrainians were very effective at targeting Russian military command points. So I will leave it at that, but I don't believe there's behind-the-scenes secret assassinations taking place.
Thanks, Michael. Our Spanish delegation, the major agrees with you, the general not so much so. Neil Dunn from the United States, and then Cavan Jones from the UK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Michael, for an excellent report. I'd love to debrief you over a couple of pints for a while and learn more about that. You mentioned that there was a very poor air superiority plan. I agree, but one of the things that troubled me is we heard not only from day one, but even before day one, we were hearing our leaders in America, and I gather also other NATO nations, saying that we could not establish any kind of no-fly zone over any part of Ukraine. And that we have done that in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait. We've done it all over. Even Bosnia, Herzegovina. I mean, why is it real? Was it really an unthinkable thing for us to establish at least a limited no-fly zone, even if it was only for humanitarian purposes? Although I would like to see more extensive. Your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thanks. Can I thank you for a very interesting presentation. Just a quick question, really, in terms of, we've talked about the land. What's your any information or thinking about the naval component of this invasion? What was the plan? What is the plan, and what's happening?
Okay. First, on the no-fly zone questions. So technically, it's well within the means of the United States and NATO to establish an air force and a no-fly zone. We are principally, in many ways, an expeditionary airspace power, and we've done it countless times before. I mean, the reasons for to consider why not to do it were not technical, right? They were issues of concerns of escalation and political issues, and I'll leave it at that because I'm not a policy person. But they were not for a lack of capability, and I mean, despite the fact that, you know, Russia does have fairly advanced integrated air defense and these other capabilities, I'll just be blunt. I don't think the technical challenge was the issue from a military technical perspective. Yeah, this is an escalation dynamic and policy dynamic conversation. On But, you know, to be frank, you also have to consider that when you say no-fly zone and then you say enforceable no-fly zone in a combat zone with other powers involved, when you're discussing how you're actually going to practically implement that, you have to admit to some extent you're talking about direct engagement with Russian forces, just to be frank with that intellectually. And you may be perfectly comfortable with that, and that's fine, but that's what I'm saying. That is a policy debate. On the naval component, so that's a really good question. I largely skimped on that, as I did on parts of the air power component for save time. So the Russian Navy started off primarily providing fires, land attack, cruise missile strikes into Ukraine early on, and then it was tangentially relevant in the blockade, right? But as you saw Russian ships, the way they were operating, early on they were deliberating an amphibious assault operation. They couldn't do it in part because of just the weather, the sea states, but then also Russian forces faced basically military disaster in the first phase, and there was no point and no way for them to conduct any amphibious operation, in my view, off of Odessa, because Russian forces couldn't even make it sufficiently around Mykolaiv. They were effectively beaten at Voznesensk. Because Russian forces in the first phase were defeated around Kiev, they were also defeated around Voznesensk in the southwest, at 2 places. And then they offloaded all the naval infantry and the troops. They conducted a small, unopposed naval landing off of Mariupol, just to do it. I mean, the naval infantry could have driven there, but you know, sometimes people you can see in the services point to a part of the map and they say, that's where the naval infantry does its thing. And so they did an amphibious landing just to do it. Beyond that, the Russian Navy has used LSTs to try to resupply at Berdyansk. That's where they lost one to a Ukrainian Tushku. And you know very well what happened with the Moskva. And part of the reason that happened, from my point of view, although obviously it's limited knowledge about the incident, is throughout the first phase of this war, the Russian military across the board has been really careless and reckless and has not taken the threat to themselves seriously. Like, they assumed Ukrainians did not have initial operating capability on Neptune anti-ship missiles. They were operating in a very lazy fashion, in terms of, if you looked and just open source how their ships were operating. And it also seems, just looking at, you know, what happened with the Moskva imagery, that that ship had all sorts of technical issues. Moskva is a very old Soviet legacy platform and temperamental. I'm not sure what else I can add about the naval dimension. I'm sure you've all discussed, and I've heard it earlier, the issue of the blockade and getting access to Odessa and the like. There are a whole host of issues involved there that, to be frank, it raises big questions whether there is a military technical or military solution to that challenge, just to be honest with you. It's a complex problem from my point of view. So that to me is most of the naval component. I think the chair is looking at me like we should hurry up.
2 more questions. Yeah, we've got 2 more questions. We've got Utku Karagrosa and Fikri Ishik from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kaufman, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to turn the focus to the Ukrainian army rather than the Russian side. I wonder your analysis, how you compare the Ukrainian military's performance in 2014 and 2022, and what are the major factors that had an impact on Ukrainian military's performance this time, which has surprised probably all of us here and all over the world. Thank you. And of course, I would like to ask or add, you know, NATO and Ukrainian relations has been one of the most substantial partnership of our alliance, and I wonder whether this NATO-Ukraine partnership has had an impact on Ukraine's military performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. There is an assessment about military decision-making procedure of Russia. I think it's structured by vertical, and every order to be asked even chief of staff. So this procedure slows down the campaign in battlefield, and one of the reasons that Russian failure in battlefield is the military decision-making procedure. I want you to assess this statement. Thank you.
Okay, let me take on a little bit about the Ukrainian military performance. Really great question. So first, I mean, there are aspects that are really night and day between the state of Ukrainian forces in 2014 and 2015 versus at the start of this war in 2022. Very considerably different force structure, benefiting from substantial expansion, manning, opportunity to raise manning levels, although Ukraine also de facto had a partial mobilization military that maybe was running at something 70-75% readiness levels across the board. Second, the force had benefited from a lot of personnel having rotated through the Joint Forces operation in Donbass and have reservists with some military experience and veterancy status. Third, the force did benefit from extensive training, to some extent also trained by the West, but I'm always wary of taking too much credit for Ukrainian performance. I've seen a lot of things said about the differences between these two militaries that I'm going to tell you that are notions, but they're not correct. And there's a general sense that Russians are not doing well because as a military they're not like us, and Ukraine is doing well because as a military they're more like us. I'm going to tell you that's not really that true, okay? The Ukrainian military, for example, has only sort of begun really developing an NCO officer corps, and to say that Russia doesn't have an NCO officer corps, but Ukraine does, and that's one of the reasons for the success, they're just probably not really correct. There's a lot of things being asserted right now that I don't think are going to end up being true about the difference between these two militaries. The other big thing is that Ukraine's morale is obviously a very important factor. And you can't really measure intangibles. As an analyst, I often get asked by decision makers about intangibles, and I say there's not a good way to measure them. There are lots of bad ways to measure them. There are lots of ways to measure them that simply is a pseudo-analytical way to create confirmation bias about another military culture, but they're often not great ways to measure them. What I'll say is that Ukrainian morale in 2014 and 2015 was really strong, and it was really strong in 2022, and I'm not sure I see that as the biggest differentiator between the state of the Ukrainian military in 15 versus now. But it's a debatable issue. The biggest factors I see is force structure, training, weaponry, actual capability. The Ukrainian military organized substantially into maneuver brigades and artillery brigades. The West provided a lot of weapons in the last couple of months in the run to the war. And as an analyst looking at it, folks like me had no idea if those weapons would aggregate towards success, right? The operator really matters. I mean, if you just look at Ukrainian performance, for example, on air defense, very effective and much more effective than other militaries around the world that have the exact same type and generation of Soviet air defense, right? So the operator clearly really matters. They're much more effective with certain capabilities. And, you know, we've had, I think, partners in the past to whom we've given weapons, and it didn't aggregate to success, right? Leadership really matters, particularly junior officer leadership, and the fact that Ukraine is, as a military, structured itself in a more regionalized command structure and a more disaggregated structure where a lot of units could fight independently. And so they effectively structure themselves for this type of war. This goes to planning and force design and your assumptions about the kind of war you plan to fight, how you're going to fight it, and so I think that to an extent is a success story. Last 2 points. Direct support by the West in this war, which I won't get into, but I think some of which is known, right? Which to some extent definitely I think has been a positive for Ukrainian battlefield performance. And on NATO-Ukraine partnership, yeah, sure, there's very positive effects there, but as always, I want to be cautious in overselling the story. It obviously had a positive effect, but it will take time to look back on this war to find out which were the more decisive factors. So I have to apologize kind of that at this state, there's still a lot we don't know even about the early days of the war and how it happened and how it played out, right? So were anti-tank guided missiles effective? Yes, they were effective at slowing down Russian advances. What was decisive? The Soviet artillery that Ukrainians had, right? What is decisive now? Getting off of Soviet artillery to NATO standard weapons that use NATO ammunition because you need ammunition for artillery. I know this is an incredibly banal point, but at a certain point you run out of ammunition. And the Russian military, as part of the campaign, had been going after Ukrainian sustainment, right? And have been going after Ukrainian ammunition stores and defense industrial production capacity as well. Right? And that, of course, sets up a bit your expectations for what the conflict could look like in the medium longer term. And the second question on decision-making process. So there are two comments there. At the tactical level, in Russian units, decision-making tends to be concentrated in the officer in charge of the unit. And so the unit goes as the officer does, and it's a rather different decision-making culture. The planning staff is much smaller, and it goes quickly to implementation, and the officer selects the maneuver, and there isn't kind of this debate on commander intent that you might have, let's say, in the US military, or a culture that more delegates towards mission command. The Russian military wanted to go more towards that, but that was only a conversation taking place in maybe the last 2-3 years. So it was very, very aspirational and incipient. At the higher levels, the way they organize command and control, to be honest, is quite puzzling. So if you were to guess as an analyst, you might assume that all these units would deploy along 2 theaters of military operation and sort of run as these largely organized operational level task forces. Instead, they deployed 4 task forces, each one with its own district's commands, their own kind of preferences for force echelon and organization, and it wasn't clear early on that they were integrating effectively at all, and they might have been going somewhere as a big hop to Moscow for the general staff, and then coming back from there, and that likely delayed a lot of decision making, and you saw that a lot of the operations weren't as well coordinated between these task forces, right? Because you know it's one thing worse than having no commander or having one commander is having 4 commanders in charge of the war at the same time. And having 4 air forces de facto supporting them, where you divide up the air force to task organize and support them as well, it's clear that they've shifted off of that in the second phase, right? That the second phase they've reorganized to some extent, but there's a lot we don't know as to what they changed. Was one person at a certain point in charge of this war? Did that person get replaced by Dvornikov? Is Dvornikov now running it out of the Southern Military District? Does he have the staff for that? Is there a layer of command we can't see in between those? You know, I'm not going to speak to what I don't know, but yes, it looked clearly as a factor early on in the war at the higher levels that they were essentially trying to do something that the military did not really organize and train to run wars that way. I won't go down into a rabbit hole, but the way they had been training for regional large-scale wars was a different command and control structure. And what they were trying to do in this war was a strange, convoluted plan that even just from an analyst perspective, looking at the way the Russian military typically prepares to fight, didn't make tremendous sense. These are sort of, but this is very preliminary analysis.
Thank you. Michael, thank you so much for your time this afternoon and jetting in from DC. That's a hugely informative session we've just had there with an incredible amount of material that we can take away and assess. Michael, thank you. Right, now we're moving on to our last session, and I'll give the floor to Lord Campbell, who will present the final draft report of our meeting this afternoon. This is the draft report of the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defence and Security Cooperation Report, The Evolving Threat of Terrorism, Adapting the Allied Response. As previously mentioned, Lord Campbell will present the report in place of the DSTC Rapporteur, Jean-Charles Lassener. Lord Campbell, the floor is yours.
As you pointed out, I'm a late substitute for the rapporteur, and it follows from that I'm not as cognizant of the contents or indeed the thinking of the report, but careful notes will be taken of any questions or observations, and these will be passed to the rapporteur in due course. First of all, he conveys his sincere regret not to be able to attend this session, but this... Oh, just going to speak closer. Oh, right, okay. I need to... Right. I can't get any closer because the seat does... Yeah. Okay. Go up the top. Yeah. I've been given a business class seat, which I really need is an economy one. But the rapporteur conveys his sincere regret And as many of you will know, there are upcoming legislative elections, and he is not surprisingly making sure that he concentrates on these. Let me begin. The precipitate collapse of the Allied-backed government in Kabul on the 5th of August of last year led to significant reflection about the lessons allies and their partners should take away from their almost 20 years of collective efforts to bring lasting peace and stability to Afghanistan. The political committee has dedicated a report to the subject this year. But while allies review the lessons learned from their many years of security cooperation in crisis response missions, it's important to bear in mind the driver of our initial entry into Afghanistan, namely the shock of the horrific attacks by the Al-Qaeda terrorist group on the United States on September 11th, 2001. I pause simply to observe a great deal of water has flowed under the bridges since then. The decades of Allied efforts in Afghanistan had an overriding goal: to prevent the country from ever again becoming a wellspring for international terrorism. While the mission in Afghanistan certainly evolved to encompass nation building, this counter-terrorism goal remained the principal reason for our presence. It's true that allies and partners can note their success in ensuring no new terrorism attacks against allies originated from Afghanistan over the last 2 decades. But at the same time, it is also true that over the time horizon of allied efforts in Afghanistan, the terrorist challenge has itself, that is to say, facing allies, has changed significantly. And as such, this report seeks to review the evolution of the terrorist challenge and NATO's necessary adaptation to meet that threat. As the report notes, while Russia is clearly the principal threat to Allied peace and security today, terrorism remains the main asymmetrical threat. In 2001, the terrorism threat to Allies came from Al-Qaeda, a centrally organized, isolated, and ideologically driven network almost entirely contained in Afghanistan. But 20 years later, this threat is more dispersed geographically along the arc of what is called the arc of instability, extending from Afghanistan through to the West African coast. Al-Qaeda and its more extreme offshoot ISIS arose in Syria and Iraq to wreak havoc across the Levant and Mesopotamia during the Syrian Civil War. The ISIS challenge to both countries has evolved into an entrenched insurgency today, still capable of mounting attacks against local forces, as well as the global coalition to defeat ISIS. Experts have been warning of the potential for Al-Qaeda and its affiliates to find potentially new sympathetic partners in the Taliban Haqqani network, that is to say, the governing partnership in Kabul. All experts agree that both groups and their expanding number of local affiliates across the arc of instability, and in doing so pushing up against NATO's southern flank, are gaining ground, growing their ranks, expanding their revenue sources and territory, and amassing firepower, especially across the Sahel and West Africa. The Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and increasingly West and Central Africa are witnessing growing levels of terrorist activity, making the area the new epicenter of global terrorism. These groups are the cause of, not surprisingly, death and destruction across their areas of operation. They include significant tolls on civilians, as well as among the local and international forces working to counter them. But experts still also note that while the number of terrorist groups may be growing, they are not capable, I repeat that, they are not capable of matching the pre-9/11 safe haven for training, indoctrination and planning of Afghanistan. Nor can they match the 2001 iteration of Al-Qaeda's ability to plan and launch attacks abroad. In truth, today's terrorists are scattered across a large number of smaller safe havens and under constant pressure from allied and their partners' forces. Direct kinetic operations by the United States and France, for example, have reduced leadership ranks and degraded and denied any number of groups the opportunity to organize and plan attacks. Continued investments and better coordination among allies and partners have allowed for the significant mitigation of the terrorist threat in our own nations and helped give a better picture of the evolution of the terrorist challenge abroad. This understanding has, fortunately, allowed allies to cooperate with partners to break down networks, to disrupt plans, and to dry up sources of funding and recruiting. Further, terrorist groups today are principally focused on local conflicts in the areas in which they operate, rather than being free to focus on planning attacks abroad. As this report underscores, the relative decline of attacks across the West in recent years is a clear sign of the successes of allies and their partners' efforts to share intelligence, know-how and best practice. NATO's Terrorist Action Plan demonstrates clearly how allies' collective ability to degrade and deny the terrorist threat is structured around the alliance's three core tasks: collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance sharing and strengthening operations and missions, and capacity building among allies and partners. The plan is designed to adapt with the evolution of the terrorist threat and is reviewed regularly. Today, while the kinetic action of NATO operations may have receded to the background after Afghanistan, the other two pillars of NATO counterterrorism action have come to the forefront. Allies' ability to understand, identify and engage with evolving terrorism threats is assisted by continued efforts to streamline intelligence sharing among allies, a key outcome being the Terrorism Intelligence Cell. Still, experts also note that while the number of terrorist groups may be growing, they are not capable of matching the pre-9/11 safe haven for training, indoctrination and planning as of Afghanistan. Nor can they match the 2001 iteration of Al-Qaeda's ability to plan and launch attacks abroad. Significant capacity building efforts exist directly with partners, such as the NATO mission in Iraq, or via a number of specific training and advisory courses in existence across NATO institutions. Operations are still active as well. NATO remains active in the global coalition to defeat ISIS and in Operation Sea Guardian in the Mediterranean. This report asks parliamentarians to remain focused on the terrorism threat and to think about improving the ways and means available to their governments to continue to disrupt, deny and degrade terrorist groups' ability to operate. It recognized the following more concrete steps: the creation of stronger domestic frameworks necessary to allow for even better intelligence sharing, yet again an emphasis on the importance of intelligence sharing about evolving terrorist threats between allies and among partners, to find the ways and means to improve cooperation among allies' homeland security institutions, which would allow for not only exchange of best practice, but assistance on a range of cross-border challenges, such as the tracking, capturing, and prosecuting of terrorists. The strength of domestic legislation frameworks to identify, the strengthening of domestic legislation frameworks to identify, track and prosecute foreign fighters when necessary, and to make available the resources needed to reintegrate them when possible. Further, to embed more international norms on counter-terrorism into their own domestic legislation, and to increase support to those international organizations working to mitigate the root causes of the cycles of violence and weak states, which in turn engenders much of the terrorist violence disrupting the arc of instability along NATO's southern flank. NATO allies should also maintain or consider providing more concrete support to existing counter-terrorism operations. Finally, the report concludes by noting that allies should not lose focus of their counter-terrorism efforts as they turn their attention to the broader global challenge of great power competition. And that, I suppose, has in mind in particular the continuing aggregation of the power of China. As the report states, building reliable and stable partners in counter-terrorism across the arc of instability will only serve to bolster allies' broader efforts to strengthen the rules-based international order by building trust and democratic institution building, fostering stronger diplomatic partnerships, increasing respect for human rights, and promoting mutually beneficial trade regimes. The rapporteur has asked me to assure you that the final report will present the evolution of Russia's counter-terrorism discourses and practices. Russia's post-September 11 support has today given way to opportunist actions, both in Syria and in the Sahel, exploiting the fragilities there to extend its influence. It is also under the guise of anti-terrorism in Grozny that Russia honed its brutal urban warfare tactics, of which we have heard so much in the last couple of days, but which we first witnessed in Aleppo and sadly are seeing today repeated in Ukraine. The final draft will also look to expand its discussion of China, which uses its broadly defined counter-terrorism policies to justify domestic repression. So with that, colleagues, may I thank you very much for your time and attention. This is indeed an important topic of study for this subcommittee. I invite you to make any comments and suggestions of the report, as well as to pose questions that you may have. These will be duly noted by the committee director and in due course brought to the attention of the rapporteur. I beg leave to present this interim report.
Lord Campbell, thank you very much for stepping up. So as Lord Campbell describes, this will be a comment session, which we will make notes of up here. Any questions we'll make notes of to feed back to the rapporteur. So starting off, we have Zaida Cantera from Spain and then Lord Hamilton from the UK.
Muchas gracias, Alec. Hoy te estoy dando...
Thank you, Alec. I think I'm keeping you busy.
Got it.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Thanks. Voy a hacer referencia.
I will refer to page 7. France, the alliance of France and the United States in the Sahel. This is a comment which I would like the rapporteur to include in the report. When you refer to under 34, the Mali OTM, Spain is not being mentioned. Spain contributes a fourth, almost 25% or more than 25% of the forces deployed in Mali in January 2021. Spain took over the command of this military deployment. And in this paragraph, I think Spain is one of the countries most worried about the situation in the Sahel. My colleague mentioned this already, and I see nothing, not a single mention to Spain. And I understand that this may just be an omission, but we'd really like to ask you to make a reference to Spanish contributions because colleagues of mine have actually died there. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeta. We'll certainly be fitting that back in the terms that you have put that across. Lord Hamilton.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent report. The only minor point I want to make is my concern about Afghanistan. I totally accept the findings of the report that there really isn't any potential for exporting terrorism from Afghanistan as things stand at the moment. But it is a very large country. It has many tribal influences which make it differ from any government that there might be at the centre. And I worry that it has the potential in the future to have breakaway terrorist groups who would not be controlled by the Taliban and indeed will be enemies of them. And we could be back in a rather similar situation to that we were some years ago. That's my only worry I have about Afghanistan.
I have no comment to make in respect of these two contributions.
Thank you, my lord. Joe Wilson, USA.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I want to echo about Afghanistan. To me, the most significant foreign policy, national security disaster in my lifetime was last August, because now we have an entire country that's a safe haven for terrorists, whether it be Al-Qaeda, whether it be ISIS, ISIS-K, Haqqani network, whether it be the Taliban itself. And so there's such a potential for planning attacks against Western civilization. I want to add to that that indeed we can't leave out Iran. Iran clearly indicates death to America, a death to Israel. Just in the past couple of weeks, Tehran has announced a keen interest in the vaporization of the people of Israel. This shouldn't be ignored. And then I'm really concerned since 2001, the ease of technology, the capacity of cell phones themselves, the ability to organize worldwide is extremely simple. I mean, it's just inconceivable how easy it is. And then the development of weapons that can be delivered internationally very quickly, such as UAVs, and armed or otherwise. And so the technology we should keep in mind. And then a concern that many of us have in the United States. I've been to the border, Del Rio, Texas. When I was there last year, I asked how many people on the terrorist watch list had crossed, and we were told we couldn't learn that number. But in the past month, it's been identified there have been 42 persons on the terrorist watch list who have come into the United States. That's how many we know. And so I'm very, very concerned about the potential for international terrorism in our country and to attack all of our NATO allies and our friends, whether Japan or Korea, who are here today. But international terrorism has just got to be addressed in a very serious manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman, and we've made notes of that. We're going to go to our two colleagues from Turkey, Fikri Ishik, and, sorry, just one colleague from Turkey, Fikri Ishik, and then Andres Orsini from Italy.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for a really well-prepared report, and very welcomed to enlarge on the Russian and Chinese efforts for terrorist activities. And I want to mention a very technical issue, the 22nd paragraph and the 65th paragraph. There is Islamic terrorist, Islamist terrorist, and Islamist extremist. You know, Islam is a name of a religion. So Islam is a religion of peace, like the other religion. So it is, it may cause propaganda of the terror organizations, yes, they use Islamists. Why? Because they want to gain militias from millions of jobless, poor, illiterate young from Islamic world. But we have to be very careful about using Islam and Islamists in order not to cause their propaganda. So I offer to remove or exclude the Islamist word from the text. Thank you.
I myself am very sympathetic to that observation because it, as it were, puts everyone who follows the religion in the same category, which we know not to be the case. So a little better specification, I think, when it comes to identifying terrorism which is brought under the purported aim of Islam, but is of course wholly contrary to many of the principles of that religion.
Thank you, Lord Campbell. Andres. Where's he going?
Mr. Orsini. Mr. Orsini.
I did speak in Italian, so usually I would also like to express my thanks for this broad, comprehensive report, which I fully subscribe to. I also agree with what our Turkish colleague just said, that we can't identify Islam, which is a great religion, civilization, and culture, with terrorist movements which deny the principle of culture which unites the great monotheistic religions. However, I want to dwell on another aspect. I'm also very concerned about the possibility, not only in Afghanistan, but also in Iran, that terrorist movements might start up again. But there's another point which perhaps it's late to examine, but which perhaps we should flag. Among the developments of the Ukrainian crisis, there are a number of consequences which will impact not only our European countries, but also developing countries such as ones in Africa, which are in much more difficult conditions. I'm speaking of the difficulties in energy supplies and particularly food supplies. Grain and other foodstuff which are blocked in Ukrainian ports and which will no longer be exported. This runs a risk of triggering a food crisis in countries which are already on the verge of hunger, which could fuel the return to action or the spawning of terrorist movements. The situation in the Sahel region, for example, I think could become even more dangerous because of these developments. If we could include a sentence which reflects this in the report, otherwise it's a perfect report. Thank you.
Again, I'm sympathetic to that proposition. One of the ways in which terrorism is encouraged is when people have a grievance, and even a legitimate grievance. I mean, often the grievances are invented for the purpose of the terrorist, but the absence of food and various other parts of what we regard as necessary for ordinary living, which may follow the rather unusual economic circumstances that we face, is clearly an opportunity for the manufacture of grievance by terrorists, and it would be sensible to have some consideration of that and an identification of the risk which our colleague has just identified.
Thank you, Lord Campbell. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Okay, well, thank you, Lord Campbell, for stepping in to give those closing remarks. And now, with that, we've reached the end of the day. I will note that our committee's next meeting will take place in Madrid, which we're all looking very forward to from our Spanish colleagues, during the annual session, which is scheduled from the 18th to the 21st of November later this year. Is there any other business anyone would like to raise before we close?
Perhaps I could raise this business to have a vote of thanks to the chair, who has conducted our proceedings with skill and alacrity.
I'll take interventions like that all day long. So
you only get one, I can tell you.
This concludes the meeting of the Defence and Security Committee. I would like to thank all members for their constructive and thoughtful participation during our proceedings today, and our Lithuanian colleagues for hosting this important event, and our Ukrainian colleagues who have joined us virtually in the most difficult of conditions. I would also like to thank our interpreters who have done a magnificent job. Thank you. They've allowed us to communicate so effectively, especially in these complicated circumstances. Finally, many thanks to all the NATO PA staff, especially Ethan Corbyn, our committee director, Matthew Jablonski, where's he? At the back there, our committee coordinator, and the research assistants, Julian Stunt and Julia Tittlebach, over there, who have all worked so diligently to make this meeting possible and contributed to the elaboration of our draft reports. I now adjourn the 2022 spring session meeting of the Defence Security Committee. Take care. Hopefully see you again soon. Meeting closed.
Aprobar todas.